It's Friday night, and I'm still stuck in the meat suit, in the human avatar. I'm still stuck. Who else is still stuck in their meat suit and would like to come on and talk with another meat suit? I'm looking for intelligent conversations, and I hope my mic is okay. I've noticed that my mic has been extremely low, and I'm working on getting a new mic. But for now, hopefully it's a little bit louder. So yeah, it's another Friday night. The world keeps going into insanity. Hey, Vazan. I've spent the entire day doing human things, and I'm just sick of it. Sick of, of performing the human duties of me, basically. I had to go out of town today and pretend to be human in a room full of other humans. I had to go for continuing education hours, and I had to sit. I was sitting there learning about, massage therapy and whatnot. And the last thing I wanted to do was to be sitting there learning about massage therapy. I was thinking it would be a much better use of my time if that room was full of all of you and we could be discussing reality. Because that's the only thing that I find valuable that is left to do. Everything else is just a waste of my time. And I really felt like I was the only consciously aware person there. Everyone was in their program of, I'm here to learn massage therapy. I'm here to make the world a better place. And I am doing something meaningful. And I'm going to change the world through my hands. And yes, to an extent, that could be true. I mean, that's a valuable thing to be doing to somebody. But at the end of the day, it's just being focused on this existence and continuing your life in this fake show of life, basically. Yeah, it's just distractions. Hey, Loon. Yeah, and I was the only one reading it was on projector, and there were words on the projector, and I was like trying to decode the words, try to find some meaning, like deeper meaning and truth behind these words, and everyone else is just transfixed on the normal cognition of what's being said. And it's exhausting being around other humans who aren't consciously aware of what's going on around them, and just trying to further your career, basically. And I'm only doing it because I have to pay the bills. I have to pay for food and shelter and all these things. I don't want to be doing this. I have to be doing this. That's the sad reality of it all. So I would much rather be in a room full of you people discussing things that actually matter. So if there's anyone out there who wants to have an intelligent conversation, that'd be great. And I've realized that some of these live streams have kind of gone off the rail with people who, over talk and don't let other people talk. And I don't really want to continue that. I think we all should respectfully listen to one another and know when to be quiet and when to talk. Because this isn't entertainment for me. This is not entertainment. This is not, I mean, I guess in a way you could say this is distracting you from your hellish existence in a way, which is fine. But I'm not really here to do that. I'm here to get some answers, some solutions, experiences from people, and to give other people a chance to voice how they think and how they feel. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just new to this, so I don't really, I'm not experienced. So I've listened to what people have said, and to some extent, I agree. Hey, Veracity Media. yeah, so as with time, I'll get better at it, right? But yeah, I don't want anybody disrespecting anybody or coming on trying to like run the show. Basically, it's not a show, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean it's all about respecting one another and allowing people to talk and not make it all about yourself. And speaking of that, we have philosophy vids. Oh, we did have philosophy vids. See that this is a guy I want to talk to. This guy is so intelligent. He sees through all the bullshit. He may have his own theories and ideas and experiences. To some extent, I agree with. But that's the kind of conversation I want to have. Hopefully, he'll come back.
Hello?
Hey, you there?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what happened there.
It's all good, man. It's just Satan at play, probably trying to keep you silent
As usual, yeah.
as usual.
Yeah, no, I was just listening to what you were saying. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm grateful that you've kind of given people a platform to voice their opinions and whatnot. I'm not going to try to hijack the stream or anything, but yeah, I'm with you with everything you just said. I feel like we're all just trying to find out what the fuck is going on here. Discussing these things is in this format is good, but does any of us actually know what the fuck is going on?
We all have our ideas and our experiences, and we can point in a certain direction. But to say that you have the absolute truth and that you are the truth, I think that's highly ignorant
Oh
and
yeah.
probably and you're deluding yourself by
Oh,
saying that.
absolutely. Yeah, I don't have the fucking truth. I mean, I have some very bizarre experiences that kind of have been pointing me in a certain direction, and I feel like a lot of us in this community have kind of, if you can call it a community, I don't know if it's really a community. I feel like we are arriving at similar conclusions, but I'm just trying to communicate the information that's come to me in a coherent manner, and I don't feel like I'm doing a very good job on my channel. Like the last week or so, I mean, I haven't had anything to say. I mean, at a certain point, I just feel like I don't know how to communicate the abstract to everybody. I mean, these are the concept that we are in some sort of a fake reality, some sort of a soul trap is really an abstract concept. I mean, our daily experience doesn't really point to that, but when you start to get more in depth about what the fuck is going on here, all arrows seem to point in that direction. So I don't know. How did you arrive at this information? Because we all have our own experiences.
Yeah. Well, it took me many years to arrive where I am now. It was just that relentless, undying search for what is all of this that has never ceased within
Yeah.
me.
Yeah,
And
no, I
that's
agree.
and that's
Like I
why
want I want it to cease. I want it to just leave me the fuck alone, but it just keeps
it
on.
it won't. It's even if you want it to, it won't. Which
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, I what I've been through and like the bizarre experiences, I at least consciously have not signed up for this, but you can call it your spirit, you can call it whatever. That aspect of us that has been entrapped in this fucking simulation, this shit show, whatever we want to call it, a soul trap. That aspect of me that is from beyond this place keeps kind of tapping me on the shoulder and being like, don't ignore this information. So I've just continued to follow that. And I think a lot of us have. So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I want the pieces of the puzzle to kind of be handed to me, but at the same time, I know that's probably not going to happen. I mean, that's not the nature of this place. This place doesn't like to reveal its true nature to us. It likes to hide it.
Yeah,
So,
and it also likes to string us along, thinking we're like reaching some kind of conclusion to all of this.
oh yeah. No, I was thinking about that earlier. Like I thought about posting a video. I recorded something earlier and I listened to it again and I was like, nah, I'm just gonna pass on that because none of us really know what the fuck is going on, but this place likes to lead us to believe we do. But do we really? And I'm not saying that to discredit what everybody's researched in this side of YouTube or whatever you want to call this soul trap theory that certain people have focused on. But we don't know what happens. Like we don't know what it takes to get out of this. And I wish we did. You know, it might involve bodily death, but all the evidence seems to point to we're being recycled back in here over and over again.
Yeah, and see that is a key point because, like I said in the last stream, one of my clients, when her son was 2 years old, he would talk about his past life as a 2 year old, which he would have no conscious awareness. He shouldn't have any conscious awareness of the things he was saying. Yet the things he was telling his mom made her believe that reincarnation's real because there's no way this little 2 year old could know anything of what he was talking about. And then he got to like 5 years old and it like got erased from his mind. He never brought it up again. So, I mean, there is evidence that
So who
this
was
is
this?
going on.
This was one of your friends?
I'm a massage therapist and I was massaging somebody and she was telling me about her son when he was 2 years old. He would keep bringing up his past life to her and like his wife and his old life and just,
Seriously?
yeah, seriously.
Wow,
And
that's crazy.
he would say things like, don't walk downstairs without a handrail because bad things will happen to you.
Oh god. I mean, I believe it 100%. Yeah, I mean, he's not the only person. This is actually a relatively I mean, I would say it's common, but it's documented that young children remember very specific details of past lives and then as they get older, they forget it.
Yeah.
And it's really strange, but I totally believe it. And I think, you know, the feature of having our mind wipe is a big part of why we're always fucking confused whenever we come back in here. And I hate to say it, but if we're confused now and if we've been manipulated back in here, I think I might have said this on another live stream. We were somehow duped back in here again. If we're here right now and we clearly don't want to be here. I don't want that to be the case, but it seems to be the case. Like we keep getting fucking manipulated. Whatever manipulation is going on upon bodily death is not it's not like simple. It's very complex and it's very convincing. And that's what really has me concerned based on everything I've gathered. Like what are they throwing at us when the body dies? And why are we not just leaving this fucking simulation, this human simulation? That's what I'm really curious about at this point. I don't know if you've looked into that or what your thoughts are.
Yeah. the video I made today was kind of suggesting that possibly we're not transcending the human nature itself. So when we leave the body, we still have human identities attached to us, which they can hook us back into
Mm.
because all they want us to know is the human experience itself.
Hmm.
And a lot of people talk about, oh, we're discarnate spirits and we're just waiting to get back in because we want to experience life. And I think that's a trick because there's so much more that we could be experiencing rather than this shit show. But it's the identity that we put into being human that potentially may hook us into coming back. When I know for a fact that I'm not a human, I'm just in this human experience and I know I'm more than this. So to shed off all of those identities will only allow me to liberate myself into not believing um, that I have to come back here for any reason whatsoever to experience any of this low level consciousness clown show.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I don't know. I've never identified as human. Like, I've never identified as the human personality, the human body, any of that shit. In fact, I've been spending my entire life trying to find information that invalidates the fact that I am this low level fucking consciousness that apparently everybody else seems to identify with and has no problem. Like, oh, I am Bob. I am, so and so who has this job and this mundane life. Like, no, like that's simply not who I am. I'm not that. We've been manipulated to believe we are that. And whoever set up this realm has, as many people have pointed out, designed these body programs, these life scripts, specifically to prevent us from realizing that. And we just keep coming back, man. It just keeps it's designed to be an indefinite. I think it's, at least my opinion is, it's designed to be an indefinite entrapment of awareness in this simulation. And it just goes on. Like, we think we're going to get out upon bodily death, but if, like you said, you don't transcend that human self, that what the Hindus called Maya, that fake personality, that fake identity, or I think Maya was one term. The Buddha called it the anatman, the not self. If you don't transcend that, you're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. If you have, I mean, if people think that they're not going to do anything and just get out of this, I haven't seen any evidence that that is the case. If you've not expanded your awareness to a certain level to even perceive that this is a trap, how the fuck are you going to get out of here?
Yeah, it's kind of like, consider a dog, right? So when a dog dies, if it still thinks it's a dog, when we know that the dog consciousness is a lower level of consciousness than us, that's like the leap of consciousness we have to take past this human state. So when they throw this dog a bone in the afterlife, it's gonna say, "Oh, okay, I'll take the bone because that's all I know," instead of transcending that dog nature and saying, "I want more than what this dog consciousness has to offer me. I don't want that bone." I don't, it's
Yeah.
just a silly way to interpret it, but if you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
no, I agree. I mean, and Lord knows what the fuck sort of illusion they're presenting to us when the body dies. I mean, I've discussed on my channel, I've had some very bizarre experiences. I don't want to take over the live stream and go into detail, but
Oh, you have permission, man. You go ahead. Do
I mean,
whatever
I'm
you want
not
to say.
I don't, I'm not prepared right now to just go
Yeah.
super in depth, but what I'm saying is this force that we are talking about, the one that is manipulating us back in here, exists. It is what you can regard as not us. I'll just put it that way. They are not us. If we are expanded consciousness from outside this place, they are a state of consciousness that is disconnected from where we ultimately come from and are trying to get back to it. And they are constantly attacking and manipulating our perception back in here into those low vibrational states. And ultimately, we can't get out of this if we identify with that human self you were talking about. All those illusory labels that, you are so and so with a name, some
Hey,
identity. What's up, man? Just skeptical to see you join.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just yeah. So if you identify with all those illusory labels, I think that is part of it. Um, I don't know. I just don't think we stand a fighting chance if we don't even realize this reality is a fucking trap that was likely set up by an
Yeah. Hey,
incredibly
do you mind
malevolent
muting your
power.
mic until you start talking? Skeptical?
Sure.
It's kind of
Okay,
windy.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. Whenever you want to talk, just unmute. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Philosophy Vince.
Yeah. So, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I kind of view this reality as like an isolated perceptual bubble. Um, where we ultimately come from, I don't know exactly. What are you envisioning, Joshua, when you get out of this place, like this out of here that we are all trying to get to? Is it like just infinity? Is it prime reality, as some have called it, like Eden or whatever? What are we trying to get to ultimately?
That's the thing. Words. It's hard to put into words these things because it's so limiting when you put words to it. But what I'm trying to get at is human nature itself is a pretty much a low consciousness level of just barely transcendent above animal. And as long as I'm identifying with this body, even my name Joshua, like that's not my real name, so to say. That's just what this avatar has been given. And if I can not identify, yeah, this life, sure, this in this life I am this person, but I'm much more than this person. And this human nature, which is only based on what? Eating, survival, and coping, basically.
Yeah,
um,
exactly. I mean, I agree. I mean, I deny that I am this very limited, finite personality, this human self with a name. I deny that, and I will until the day I die. Like that's not who I am. That's who they want us to believe we are. And I do think that ties into this manipulation somehow. They don't want our consciousness to expand at all. They want whoever they are, you can call them demons.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnostics called them
Yeah.
archons.
No, I just wanted to say that
Yep, go ahead.
yeah, yeah. No, yeah, I was just gonna say that I agree that with what Joshua said, and that you know our consciousness is basically just a bit above that of being an animal. We're just here to survive, um, cope, and um, numb ourselves and distract ourselves from these very low vibrational states of being, like hunger, boredom, um, you know uh, dealing with the needs of a body, and whoever designed this construct, they did it in such a way as to uh, make it so that these bodies would keep us distracted from asking too many questions. I feel like that's why most of humanity is so um, they're so dumbed down and ignorant and unaware of what's going on, because they're so focused on dealing with their material needs and wants, um, that they don't look up and question why they even have these needs to begin with. like they've been sold into slavery, and they've been indoctrinated to love their their uh uh their serfdom, their slavery, so much so that they don't question anything. And I think that's the main issue with most of humanity. Is that for whatever reason, I mean, I'm not exactly sure if most people are NPCs, but um, I'm gonna assume that they are soul beings. They just been so dumbed down and
I
indoctrinated that they don't realize that they uh they are that they are in a low vibrational conscious state. But yeah, but then again, the only issue I have with this point of view is I usually hear people say that we're these very powerful, like multidimensional beings, but how is how is a mul- how am I as a multidimensional all power, well, not all powerful but very powerful being? How are they able to trap me in this very limited low vibrational state of consciousness? That's the only thing that I just don't get.
Yeah,
You know?
that's the thing I was talking about is let's just say hypothetically we are, okay? The only reason they can trap us is if we believe in these false identities, because we're putting our identity into these false things that aren't really us, so that when we leave here, we're still believing in these false identities and we haven't broken out of it. That's the only thing I can think of as to why we could be trapped here, is because they've given us this illusion of this is who we are and this is all we can be, instead of turning away from that and saying, no, I'm no longer accepting that. So I don't know if that's true. Yeah, there is question in me that questions, are we really these all-powerful gods? Because how did we get here? So all I know is I'm much more
Yeah,
powerful than this. That's all I know.
Yeah, I think you put it in a you summarized it pretty well. Just skeptical. I mean, yeah, I've thought the same thing. Like, if we're so powerful, why the hell are we trapped? And I have different theories. I don't, have definitive proof like most of us what is actually going on here, but it seems this reality that we're experiencing is essentially like an information source, that this force, whether you want to call it archons, fallen angels, whatever, is projecting into our consciousness, and we are essentially decoding that information into this perceived world. I mean, because we are essentially gods or some form of a higher being. They know how we can interact with reality, and they know how we manifest reality. And I feel like they are utilizing a form of technology or something. The way I've thought about it is they are kind of outside of this reality, this force that I've been discussing on my channel, and they are projecting an information source. And again, information I know is a vague term, but we are decoding this reality into the perceived world that we experience. And yes, it is a manipulated perception, meaning we are not really in a body. We are not even here, essentially. It is just a perception that we are here. And why? Why are they doing this to us? Well, I mean, a lot of people in this side of YouTube have speculated.
yeah.
They are,
I've heard other people say that it's technology, and they're using some form of technology to trap our awareness. But again, like if we are these very powerful divine beings, how could a lesser entity use something like technology to trap our awareness? It just makes no sense. So then I begin to wonder, maybe we are powerful, but not as powerful as just as being these divine beings. Maybe we're we do have a high level of awareness, but it's still somehow susceptible to being trapped by technology in some way. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, clearly, if we've been manipulated in here, we're not as powerful as we think we are. And if we keep continuously being manipulated back in, well, that's a valid question. Like, if we are these divine beings, why the fuck are we being duped repeatedly? But what if this force that we are contending with, we're not giving enough credit to either? What if they are also powerful beings? What if they have technology that is much more ancient and powerful than we're giving credit to? And we are magnificent beings, but we are also underestimating this force. So I don't know. I mean, I this AI technology that has really come out of nowhere since 2020 to me is pretty suspicious. People like Elon Musk seem to pretend like they know where this is coming from. I think it's coming from this, what some have called lower astral dimension, this kind of demon realm. They are rolling out this technology into human reality or into this reality. And you might wonder why. Why are they doing this? Well, I think they are attempting to essentially draw our awareness down further into their frequency band. And somehow this AI tech, this fusion of the human mind with AI is part of the agenda. And what people don't realize, what happened in 2020, I'm not going to name specific terms because I know YouTube is scanning. What happened and what the majority of the population was given, we don't know what the fuck that was. We don't know the effect it's having on people. But it does seem there's some sort of like a hive mind that is being set up. And what is a hive mind? It is the ability to centrally control human thought and perception, meaning they absolutely do not want us to do what we are doing right now. They don't want us to get together. They do not want us to discuss what is going on here. And that's at least how I'm reading this entire situation. I mean, what we're doing now is in fact important, despite what it's not trivial. I don't think people want to kind of trivialize it, but how else are we going to figure out what is going on if we don't discuss it? And very few people are discussing actually what the fuck this place is in the clear manipulation that's going on. So I don't know. Sorry, I kind of go off on tangents. I know your original question was why can't we impact this if we are these divine beings? Well, I think they're manipulating our ability to manifest realities. I think they are projecting this reality as some sort of an information source that we are decoding and we are perceiving we are in here. We're not actually in here though. We're just so I don't know. I'll shut up. I'll let anybody.
Ian, thanks for joining, man. What are your thoughts?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, no, pleasure to meet everybody, and love the channel, Josh, and the discussion. These are discussions I live for, but yeah, I think they definitely don't want us to get out of here because when we do, we can create our own reality. I've been getting deep on this with the technology because all the evolution of this realm is based on technology. You know what I mean? Like we're not evolving at all. All these lifetimes here, what's evolving is technology.
It's a
So
de-evolving. They're trying to de-evolve us into their
yeah,
state of awareness.
and we're in the space right now where we could really wake up and break out of here though, because if we connect back to the cloud, which we're headed to when we watch the timeline of technology, we're connecting to the cloud again. That's what they keep looping us back to, the oneness, the fake oneness. So because they got to keep doing that, because if you look at technology, where is it headed? Mind wiping, love and bliss on command, one with the cloud. All all this stuff is headed to technology. That's what we dealt with in the astral plane. That's That's what we feel when we go to the blood, love, and bliss and oneness.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And so
You're on the right track.
yeah. So if you look at where technology is headed 2030 to 2040, it's that same thing once again. It's the loop. We can see the loop go down right now with technology where it's headed. And then that's what's being projected from the astral plane here. And so that's why they keep connecting us back with the cloud. You know, I don't know how many
Exactly,
times they've
dude.
done it, but they've done it probably, when we came in the system, we put an astral body on and then we put on a physical body. So we're wearing at least like 3-4 layers of this matrix avatars. Even our astral suit is limited and still theirs that they created. That's compatible with their system. So yeah, I got a lot to say about this great discussion. I love it.
Yeah, that's you put into words better than I could. I mean, that's exactly what I've been thinking. I mean, this entire thing, there's layers to this simulation, and I don't know. I based on what you just said, I'd be curious. What do you think they're trying to do overall? Why are they trying to hold us in here? What is? I mean, a lot of people in this soul trap theory side of YouTube seem to think it's about generating low vibrational energy. What else would it be? Do you think they're trying to assimilate human consciousness? What is the end goal to what is going on? I'm curious
Yeah,
to what you
that's
would
a
say.
good question. Like right now I'm at well, they're not creators like this. I think that they create a grand illusion of even like millions of people, fake people, and just a grand illusion just for a few of us to give up our power. You know what I mean? So
Yes, dude,
I think
I
that
would say
there's levels to them too. Some of them are like these energy harvesters, but above them it's something else. I think out there in the spirit realm, really outside the system too, it's really the wild wild west. Like they want us to think it's all love and everything's perfect, but there's a range of intentions and natures even on a spiritual level, even when we get out of the system, and we could be in a realm experiencing everything's cool, and then these things can happen. That's what I'm thinking.
yeah, because it was like we were just experiencing this nice realm that a lot of us have a faint memory of. And then bam, next thing you know, our mind's wiped and we're in the fucking body and we're suffering over all this shit. It's like, what the fuck happened? Like, did we
Yeah.
actually agree to this? We don't know. We have no answers.
Yeah,
And
I think it's a mixed bag of things. Like some of us are been stuck here for a long time. Some of us just came into
oh, dude,
maybe
I've been here for way too fucking long.
yeah.
Way too fucking long. That's why, I mean,
Way too long.
When we get
Josh will
out,
too.
when
Yeah, he
when we
agrees.
get out, we'll get a lot of questions answered as well.
I
We'll
hope
look
so.
back at this and yeah, and but I'm my whole life's been focusing on since I was a child, like getting the fuck out of here. So
Yep.
like that's was my thought. So
Yeah, here's the thing. Once we're out of
Yeah,
here,
it,
your race, your gender, your political affiliations, where you were born, blah, all these identities that people hold so dear to them mean absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And yet they're
yeah.
fighting for these false identities. So I mean, that's part of the trap.
Yeah,
yeah,
for
this is
sure.
why detachment is such an important thing, is to not get too attached to any labels or identities in this world, you know? And yeah, I I just I hope that, like you guys said, if we were to exit, when if and when we exit, we get all the answers. But as you guys said, there's layers to this thing, and we don't know how many layers there could be. What if there's like, a million different layers to this whole matrix thing? That's my worry and my fear.
Then we
Is
keep fighting. We keep fighting through all
It's
the layers. This is
It's
Yeah.
like when Neo woke up in the Matrix. He still woke up in the Matrix. He woke up in a pod, a physical pod, and then he was roaming about, but he was still in the Matrix. So he didn't break out at all. Like we might be in a pod somewhere deep in these layers, but we want to shatter through. Like we want to get to the point where we shatter through all these layers, and we don't have to wake up in each one. Like we have to bypass all of this. That's the key, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because we're headed to around like in the
yeah,
future when we connect to the cloud, it's going to be something like that.
Dude,
But what I'm
they
thinking,
want to indefinitely entrap our awareness in here. I'm fairly certain
yeah,
some shit like that is going on. In this connection of the cloud, they're saying, "Oh,
Yes,
we'll
I
be
totally
like
agree.
gods." Well, who are the gods? The gods are the fucking fallen angels.
and you notice
That's who's doing this shit. They're
they're
trying to
starting to
connect the
give,
human mind to their fucking
yeah,
Yes, and
horde
especially
hive mind bullshit.
yeah, you notice they're trying to, what was I gonna say? I forgot. It slipped my mind. Sorry. Oh, they're starting to recognize our consciousness now. Before it was like you came from monkeys, you're an accident, you're a germ, and then they programmed all of this, and then now all these it's the merge of science, technology, and spirituality. Right now, we see all these um, science people and astrophysicists, things like that. They're all going on these spiritual podcasts, so it's starting to recognize because they know as we connect to the cloud, they're on a timeline, and every decade they get spot on with their timeline. Before 2020, they were way off their timeline of technology. And once they got 2020, they ran the event, boom, right back on the timeline of technology. So 2030 is another thing where
Yep.
you look at their plans, it's enormous. So they're way
Dude,
off their
you were
timeline.
spot on. You need to come on.
Yeah.
Spot
Yeah,
on. I couldn't have
they're
said it
way off
any.
their timeline of 2030, so they're gonna have to run another big event. And then 2040 is another big one. So this is what they do.
Oh
And
yeah, for sure.
yeah, it all leads up to the cloud oneness on command. I mean, if you look at, like I said, it's just crazy. I was like, wow. I was
So
like,
what
all we
is
deal
this
with in,
cloud, do you think? Do you think the cloud, I've had theories. I made a video on my channel a few weeks ago.
yeah,
I think they're trying to essentially assimilate what we would call human consciousness, our consciousness, whatever that may be, into this what you just called the cloud, and that cloud might be the mind of fallen spirits.
I was just
Meaning
gonna say it's the mind. Yeah,
it's like they are some sort of a hive mind. This fault and I'm not going off on like the Christian tangent, but I'm just using the term for convenience. What you might term fallen angels or this fallen state of consciousness is trying to lock us in here, whether they're feeding off of us, whatever the case may be. They like you said, I mean, they're on a timeline. They know that some of us are awakening, and um they can't stop it. They're trying. They're trying. They're throwing the entire kitchen sink at us, but ultimately they cannot stop us from seeing through the bullshit. It's becoming so fucking obvious to those of us who can see at this point that this reality is absolutely nothing fucking like we were told. I mean, this it is nothing. I mean, this place is a fucking shit show.
yeah, it is. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Damn, it slipped my mind, man. It's just be fucking with me, man. But yeah, they let us talk. They want these conversations too, because people always ask me, if this is the ultimate truth, why would they let us talk about it? I'm like, of course they would. They would rather watch this conversation than almost every other conversation out there. They are all about the data and learning and learning. So they
Oh
would
yeah,
rather
they love to
study this
study us.
conversation, yeah, than just shut us down. It's way more valuable to kind of let us roam about and discover these things too to the system. So then as we get into the next layer, now there's no going to the next one.
It's
Like you
true.
said, it's a total entrapment
I
and
mean,
total
I
control.
think what we're doing is good, but at the same time, what you just said, I mean, the AI, whatever algorithm, because every single video you upload to YouTube is being scanned, as Joshua found out with one of his recent videos. I mean, they temporarily banned it, so the AI, whatever you want to call it, is scanning every single piece of content that is uploaded and determining, or at least just trying to get a snapshot of the information that is discussed. So I don't know if we have actual people like agents or whatever you want to call them listening, but I think what we're doing is good. I think, we have to do this because what the fuck else are we going to do? Are we just going to sit isolated forever, each of us, and just not discuss these things? So, I mean, it has
Yeah,
to be talked about at
they
some
want to
point.
gauge our level of intelligence as well, so that they know what they're working against.
We're
But
way fucking smarter than these fucking idiots. No fucking
but
doubt about it.
they need to know how far along we are.
Oh,
as well.
we're way beyond them. They can go F themselves.
Yeah. It's crazy to think, why would they let us be talking like this if they want these conversations to not exist?
Yeah, why don't they just take us out?
It's because they want to gauge our level of awareness so that they know what to do next, possibly. And when we get out of here, they already know where we're at, and so they know us better than we know ourselves, basically. So they know exactly what to pull on us.
True.
To get us, entrapped again.
True, because they're not trying to get rid of us. This is the weird situation they find themselves in, I think. They're not trying to get rid of us per se. They need us for some reason, else we wouldn't be here. Whether it's our energy, our low vibrational energy, whatever the hell it is. They don't want to get rid of us. They just don't want us to suspect the trap that we are in. So that's the bizarre situation they find themselves in. If all of us left, it would just be them in their dumb fucking simulation in their stupid inverted consciousness. But like I said, they somehow consciousness from outside of this realm, reality, simulation, whatever you want to call it, has been manipulated into here by this incredibly malevolent state of awareness for malevolent purposes. And we are unfortunately that state of awareness. So yeah, Lord knows what the end goal is. They don't tell us. We have to unfortunately piece it together on our own. So
Yeah, it's a looping system, and you study the loop, and it kind of that's what I've been doing. Watching the loop go down with technology, and it says a lot to me.
What do you think
Yeah,
about?
and going back to what you guys were saying about, well, I think it was rigged. I think that ultimately all presidents are selected, and if I remember correctly, I think there was a a middle school or high school girl, like about around 2011 or 2012. She made like a family first as a first school project. I think she was able to like determine that all presidents are genetically linked in some way or another. So it's just all these different transfers of power every election cycle are just like a bunch of family members just trading power positions with each other. That's basically it, because at the end of the day they're all just one big family. So I think it's just all this any notion of democracy and freedom is just a mirage and an illusion. And the elites already know who they want to put in power. And it's all a stage, as the saying goes. All the world's a stage, and the men and women merely uh players or actors or whatever. So yeah, that's basically my take on it.
Yeah, and they know the secrets of incarnation. They can incarnate into anybody they wish, whereas
Yep.
we're just left to a randomized version of that.
Yep.
And I think that's why they go through all these satanic rituals, is because they traumatize the mind of these vessels so that they can move in and overtake that mind and have that vessel.
Another thing that's crazy, I want to throw in real quick, because we were talking about the loop of technology. Also, it says when we enter the metaverse or the next realm, they're going to build a spiritual system around. This is crazy. They're going to build a spiritual copy astral around the next reality when we connect to the cloud for death and rebirth. And they're going to convince us it's a school and we need sufferings for spiritual growth.
Oh,
Like that's
we're
what
already
this
in
is.
that.
You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what we're in. That's where we're headed to too.
It's a box
You
within
know?
a box. That's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
much what it
like
is.
it's insane when you
This is what they want. This, soul trap, whatever. They're the way I've kind of visualized it. It is like layers of boxes. So you get out of one box, and then you're faked inside of another, thinking I'm out of the box. Like I'm out of the body. I'm out of the trap. but there's another layer. That is what they're trying to do with what you just said. The metaverse, it's a box within a box within a box, like a fucking fractal or something. It's
Yeah,
fucking,
well, yeah, no, and it said that AI is going to be our spirit guides, and it's going to be a tailor-made setting based on our data. It's just like the spirit realm here, you know what I mean? But it's like that's what we're headed to too. AI is going to be our spirit guides. They're going to turn into whatever it wants to based on our data, and is going to guide us through each life for death and rebirth to keep us entrapped within the system. Like that's where technology's headed. Again, that's the loop. That's the ultimate goal. And then we can look at that's what's being projected from the astral plane. This system, snake biting its own tail, this constant loop within loops, and it just says everything.
yep.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I agree that it's ultimately gonna be they're ultimately trying to create another layer to trap awareness and consciousness. Um, and yeah, they're good. They are, like you guys said, they're gonna sell it as something cool and amazing. Like, for example, with the VR headsets that everyone uses to go into whatever virtual world they want to. They're gonna sell it like that and make people think it's this cool, amazing thing. But it's just another way for them to trap awareness and consciousness. And
Well,
if you go to the movie
yeah.
Wall-E, Wall-E actually it showed. I feel like if that's also close to the truth of what they want to do with humans is that they want to just have us mindlessly consuming things um, within this this other like AI generated realm um, using these sort of VR headsets, and we're just gonna extract our energy and have us as these docile, weak, distracted creatures just mindlessly consuming, content 24/7 and just eating and staying stuck in one place like in Wally. You know?
Indefinite loose generators, pretty
It's
much.
it's not gonna be something like we can imagine. So this is a big piece right here, guys. So this is the deal that I figured out, and I think it's a big piece of the puzzle. And like these agreements going on in contracts, this is the loophole within the system. They're having us agree. So this is the deal. When we're connected to the cloud, a lot of people are making contracts and stuff. Like for instance, when we connect to the cloud here in the future, and then you're in that realm, experiencing in the metaverse, whatever it is, and can you're the one that's connected to the cloud is making decisions for you, agreeing, connected to the fake oneness and these AI gods, and thinking I need this for spiritual growth, which you do in the matrix spiritual system. You're convinced you need it for spiritual growth, but you don't outside the system. You wouldn't think that at all. That was not even on the table. So it's this big mind fuck, a mind fuck to where so what I'm saying is the one that's connected to the cloud can't be trusted. So us that's connected to the cloud that projected ourselves here can't be trusted. Only we can. So we need to make the sovereign like decision that I'm sovereign and no other contracts, no other decisions can be made. Because if I'm connected to the cloud, to the system, I can't be trusted at that point. So we're really at that point where like the other pieces of us in the system can't be trusted
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
is making decisions for you. That's the
Yeah.
scary thing.
Yeah. No, it is like
Yeah.
the enemy has infiltrated our consciousness somehow and is trying to feed perceptions that those perceptions and those experiences are our own. But like you said, they're coming from the cloud. They're coming from this hive mind, this whatever you want to call it, the mind, the cloud, the mind of the fallen spirits, the whatever the fuck. I mean, that's the terminology I use, but it is like they are feeding their state of awareness, their mind to our consciousness, and hoping that we don't pick up that is going on. That this entire reality is being controlled by this hive mind, this AI, and yeah, they want to box us in. They don't want us to suspect that it's not even us. At a certain point, we are just like spectators to this entire system, and our
Yeah.
reactions and our responses to what is going on, that is what they're seeking. They want our emotions. It's fucked up.
Hey, Loon, what's up?
No, I was listening to, like, how did you guys, what made you guys think it's, the spiritual stuff again?
Your mic's kind of low.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear her?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of hear you.
I was just trying to say, like, where'd you guys get the, like, spiritual stuff from, like, supernatural stuff, when you say they and the forces, and where'd you guys get that from?
I've had it's a long story. I've had some experiences where I know what they are. I've kind of discussed it on my channel, but we'll see. We'll see how this progresses if I want to go into some of those experiences. I think we had a live stream earlier this week that was removed where I kind of went into some of that stuff. But yeah, I mean, they are ultimately in a state of incredibly imbalanced consciousness. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, you could say they are individuals, but we're just looking at a state of awareness that is very, it's hard for us to understand what quote they are, other than they are disconnected from the infinite or whatever is beyond this place, and they know where we come from. They know what this place is. I believe they set it up. And yeah, I don't know. I can go off on that for an hour, but I'll let anybody chime in on what they think they, whatever they is, are.
Mm.
Sorry, that's not
It's a great question.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating question. I just feel deep in my bones there is a they. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I mean, I could go on about it, but that's a good question, though.
I don't know, it's just I'm not calling you religious or anything like that. This reminds me of what they say when they're like, I feel it in my bones that this is what it is. And I'm always just about, like, proof or
Oh,
whatever.
Loon, your mic sounds kind of muted again.
Yeah, you're
Oh my
muffled.
fucking god. Why does it keep doing that? How about now?
Oh, you're good now. Yeah.
It's they, Loon. They. They're silencing you. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh my god, shitty. What was I trying to fucking say? God damn it. I was just trying to say that I just don't want to get it mixed up because, like, I'm not comparing you to religious people or anything like that. But it's just when they be saying, like, I have this feeling or I just know. Because I've never seen anything in my life that's supernatural or, like, spiritual or anything like that. Like, I've never seen it. So, I mean, all I've ever known is the 3D reality and trapped in it and not having any answers as to why.
I can kind of relate to that. I mean, what I've experienced is strange in that I didn't experience anything like in terms of like a super altered out of body state of awareness. What I experienced was essentially individuals who are being controlled by this, what some have termed Wetiko, fallen angel consciousness. And I know how strange that sounds. Other than these were these entities that certain people have discussed. I mean, you know, David Icke has gone into it. I kind of discussed one of these individuals, as I said on a previous live stream. I actually provided a link that people can go look into this, some of the technology this person is publishing. It's very fucking strange, and I can drop it again if anybody's curious. But
Yeah, I'm curious.
yeah, I'll
One thing
drop
I
it
was,
in the private chat if you want
you
to
know,
go
with
take a look.
yeah, please do. Thank you. Or if you, I want to check out your channel too. But what I was
Do you have a
thinking is that
channel, by the way?
yeah, yep,
Okay, yeah, I'll
it's in
check out
my,
your.
it's my, yeah, we are awake.
Yeah, mine is philosophy vids.
Okay, okay, cool. You know, we're like in the astral plane right now, so it's like we only see a third of 1% that's there, right? So if we saw even 50% of what's really there, we would we would see the they. for us, I think. You know what I mean? We would see them. They're all around us. You would think that there's an alien invasion inside your home right now if you saw just
Exactly.
1% more of what's there. If we really were able to see what's there, we would just see the codes and everything, because nothing's really there. It's all just a layer of coding and a compatible coding suit that you have to wear in the
Information.
realm.
We're
Yeah,
decoding.
with a compatible avatar that was designed by them in the system. But if we were without the limitations, we'd be in the astral plane. Like, it's all on top of each other. You know, it's all right here. And some people think it's over there or something. That's why I pointed that out, you know.
Yeah, I've actually experienced disincarnate entities, and throughout my life, they don't have bodies. They don't have these bodies that we have, but they're allowed to manipulate material, the material realm. They're allowed to manipulate, and let's say they have supernatural powers that we do not have because they are outside of the constriction of this realm. I've had entities mess with me during sleep. I've seen them in waking. So our bodies themselves are designed to only experience a limited amount of the perceptual light span. Basically, like, we're only allowed to see a very small part of that, and you, like, Wi-Fi is all around you, right? But you can't see it. You can't see radio waves. You can't see certain things, but technology can pick up on it. So our bodies, in a way, are a certain technology that can only see and experience through our senses a limited range of things. So we were obviously designed to be just that. Our bodies are biological robots. All of the nervous system, all of the wiring of our body is just like a robot, but it's a biological robot. So something designed that is outside of that, and we are now experiencing a limited perception of that. I don't know if that makes sense to you. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Repeat that last part again. You said something. Repeat that last part you just mentioned. You just said.
Basically, we've been designed by a higher intelligence that is outside of this realm, and our bodies are like biological robots that are only allowed to pick up a very small perception band. And once you get outside of that small perception band through, like, out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, even in lucid dreams, you realize that your awareness is so limited to what's actually going on. And I've seen through this limited awareness, I don't know how it happens, but sometimes you can see it. You can see these entities. They're like shadow people, or even if you, let's say you have like a psychosis, like you have psychosis or you do hallucinogenic drugs, your perception, that limited state perception, is vastly increased, and you're allowed to see things that were no longer visible to you before. So there's some kind of perception manipulation going on, and even your own mind itself gaslights you through the programming of being raised as a human to only trust the material, what you can see and touch and taste through the senses. But once the body is taken out of the picture, your perception greatly increases because it's no longer being limited. And the things you see in the world are carefully crafted to be exactly what they are. There is an evil force behind everything in this existence. Who they are, I mean, things have tried to point to them, but I don't think we can actually give a coherent picture of what they are.
Do you think this is like a loose farm? Do you think the point of this is they are just entrapping us to essentially torment us or feed off of our energy, or do you think it's something else?
You asking me?
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of it, yeah, but there's has to be something else at play here. I don't think they want us out of here as well. It's not just a loose farm. They want to contain us.
For what though?
Well,
Not that you have all the answers, but I'm just curious, like what you think.
yeah, I don't have the answers, but I would think because if they don't contain us, they know our potential to be greater than they are, and they're afraid of us because we would want justice. We would stop this. We would end their little charade, and perhaps they need us. Yeah, they need this to sustain themselves in a way. So it's like life and death for them to keep us here, just like it's life and death for us to.
They're fucking parasites.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say that. Yeah,
it's like life and death for us if we don't eat something. Just like them, it's life and death, but on a spiritual level. And spiritual just means like non-material. It's because words can be confusing, especially if you're not, if you don't know exactly what we're talking about. They're so limited.
Have you heard the Carlos Castaneda quote about
Which
how
one?
we have a predator that came from the depths of the cosmos? Essentially, that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's what we're looking at least I think so.
They're parasitic. It's like a parasitic consciousness.
Yeah,
and it seeks out the opposite of that, which is someone or a consciousness that has its own energy, toroidal, endless energy field to take away, to feed it, and for us to give up our,
yeah,
I
mean, that's the thing that it's very hard for us to understand. I mean, everybody in this live chat, I think, will agree. We are not that state of awareness. I mean, it's almost inconceivable for us to conceive of us or conceive of what being a complete psychopath looks like.
Wait, so do you guys think that that oh jeez, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, yeah, I was gonna ask like
What's that noise?
yeah,
You have some birds going on back there. Yeah. So
yeah,
think
sorry
of it like
about
this.
that.
Okay, go ahead. I'll tell you after. Okay. So think of it
No,
like
no,
this.
you go.
Okay, so you're receiving on your phone some kind of signal that projects all of this, right? So this body is receiving the signal of your consciousness. The brain does not house the consciousness. It is just a means to process this experience here. I think philosophy vids can say it better than me.
Repeat that again. So our brain is a what?
So your brain is just picking up the signal of your consciousness, just like your phone is picking up the signal of.
I would say our consciousness is picking up the signal of the brain, meaning the physical brain is also physical matter. So have any of you sort of looked into quantum mechanics or like what's going on in this reality on a subatomic level?
No.
Ultimately,
can it be trusted? That's my question. That's always my question, but yeah.
A very short summary of what physical matter is or what this reality is. There's been certain experiments that have been done. Essentially, it is wave field information. So there's something called the double slit experiment, which is they've essentially fired electrons at don't quote me on this, but essentially like a metal barrier, and
Quoted.
they have some sort of a detector in front of that barrier to see which slit that electron is going through. And when somebody is measuring which one it's going through, it behaves like a particle. Yet when there is no measuring apparatus or essentially no observer, they have like a screen behind it, and what they see is an interference pattern. It's like a wave. So that is really what this reality is. I get it. That doesn't fucking make sense when I explain it like that. Look it up on YouTube. You can, or wherever. Look it up on double slit experiment on YouTube. What this reality is waveform information that the observer is decoding into like a holographic reality. That's what it is, including the physical brain. The physical brain is not exempt. So we are decoding the physical brain into, that it's information. That's how I look at it. We are decoding information into this entire perception, including the physical brain. And that is an information construct that essentially locks us into the simulation. That's how I would explain it.
Yeah, I'd like to add also, let's say your senses got damaged and you can no longer sense, or you have extreme pain because of the body itself. There are people who have lived this way, but have had out-of-body experiences, or even in their dreams, where they have full faculties back, even though the body itself rejects that, basically. So the consciousness is outside of the body in these instances. The body isn't the necessarily the ultimate decoder of reality, because it goes beyond it.
Yeah, the body has no existence per se beyond the observer. Actually, I think this entire
You're trying
reality.
to say that this reality doesn't exist?
Yeah, it doesn't
illusion?
exist. It doesn't
it's like
exist
it's
beyond
like
our perception that it does.
They're like a projector, like what's this called? Like if you were to imagine, those things, what's it called? It is a projector. Yeah. Their brain like a projector, basically. So it's projecting an illusion.
Yeah, your
when
mic's
you're
really low.
observing.
Your mic's really low, by the way.
Hello?
Or something.
Hello.
There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I was trying to say, is the brain like a projector? Like it's projecting an illusion.
I don't know if the brain is the thing that's projecting the illusion. I don't.
What is the illusion? So how would you describe it? Try to make it like really simplistic.
Well, I I don't know exactly what is projecting the illusion. I think there's a form of technology in this astral dimension that is projecting an information source that our consciousness is decoding and locks us into the simulation, and we perceive we're in the body. So what I was saying about like the double slit experiment is that is actually a confirmed fact. As much as you've never been taught that, or nobody's ever been taught that, what they've confirmed, mainstream science, is that physical matter doesn't exist beyond the conscious observer decoding that information. That wave function. It's a wave function. Even, I mean, we know electrons are, okay? So electrons are a fundamental component of all physical matter. It's not just electrons. They've done the double slit experiment with larger particles too, and they get the same thing. When somebody's observing it, the measuring apparatus shows a particle. Yet when they're not measuring the location, meaning which slit does the particle go through when they're firing it at this metal barrier, when somebody is not observing it, it's a wave. It's an interference pattern, which is essentially a wave. It's a completely different form, and then they measure it, and bam, it's like it's collapsed the wave function down to a particle. So what I'm saying is this entire reality is essentially that. We're just decoding the information into this apparently physical body, this holographic universe. And I where is that information coming from? I think it's coming from this astral dimension into human minds who are decoding that information that this non-human force is projecting into human reality. It's like a fucking hijack of human perception. That's my theory, or my understanding, based on everything I've found. So
Yeah,
I might be way off.
piggybacking off of that, like, would you then say that that basically everything in a sense is ultimately physical in some way? Even the quote unquote spiritual things are just another level or layer of of something physical that we just don't understand as yet?
No, I'd actually say it's the opposite. I don't think there is any physical. I think physical is a decoded illusion. We are decoding the illusion of physical matter. It's more of a hologram. And yes, it is seemingly solid, meaning you can knock on a wall and it seems solid, but there are certain principles. There's some exclusion principle of electrons or something. I'm not a physicist. I'm not going to pretend I am, but I think it's the Pauli exclusion principle or something that makes things seem solid, but it's more of a hologram. That is simply how we're decoding the information. And I get it. That's a primitive way of explaining it, but
What is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can
yes,
smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
exactly. Thank you, Morpheus.
I think it's a paradox. I think it's an illusion, but it's not too. I think it's serious business at the same time, like very serious stuff. Otherwise,
They feel
they wouldn't
tested.
create this. Like, I think that it's what we do in existence is going to be. There's no like karma and all this nonsense, but I look at it as like whatever we do is going to be written in our soul's data or our spirit's data for eternity. You know. So that's the way I look at it, and people say this is all an illusion. I think it is, but it kind of I think that in this illusion though, there's serious stuff. Otherwise we wouldn't have this whole thing if it was all just an illusion. It's just doesn't sit right with me, like Lies of the World said in the chat. It's like it's a paradox is what I'm saying for me.
Well, we can at least agree on the presentation they present to us is
Oh
an
yeah, for
illusion.
sure. Yeah, I mean,
That is a grand
yeah.
illusion.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I'm just saying, yeah, no, I totally hear you on that for sure.
Everything you've ever learned has been a lie. So
yeah, and what
going
we're
from
just
that alone, that's your whole life has been an illusion to what is really happening.
Exactly. And what we're learning is like, when you learned like we are capital letters in the certificate and like we're a product of the corporation, and what we're is going is beyond these governments and all this illusion petty nonsense that I don't pay any attention to. It's like we're discovering that our soul is a product of this corporation. You see the mirror from the astral, you know what I mean? We're born into the product. I'm telling you that that's happening on a spiritual level here.
Yeah,
You
your whole identity is a farce. On a
Yep.
governmental level, it's a false straw man. That's not real. It's only real
Yep.
because you believe in it. And because they indoctrinated you, of course.
We would definitely feel stronger. Just like staying away from NPCs and being only around like kind
I can't hear you.
individuals. Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold on now. Can you hear me?
It's better.
Yeah,
Can you hear me clearly right now?
clear enough.
Shit, what did I say? I forgot. Damn it.
Something about NPCs, you don't want to be around them.
Like to keep us down. Yeah, peace of mind. The only way is to stay away from NPCs. That's it. I feel like, and surround yourself around like-minded individuals. That we would feel stronger, at least mentally. I feel like
Yeah,
like
the thing is,
we'll know that this is hell, but like at least
the thing
around
is,
a bunch of people that
we
get
all,
it.
oh, sorry. We all have NPC tendencies that we have to transcend because just being in this body, we're dictated by the body how we should be and act and do and what we should think. And I'm suggesting that we're much more than what this body program is telling us we are. So being an NPC could just mean you believe that you have to eat in order to sustain life. You have to work in order to live. You have to pay taxes in order to have a country that works. You believe in political saviors that's going to save you. Pooping and peeing is of a higher nature. You know what I mean? It just goes on and on.
Gross.
Yeah, I was glad you guys went to the NPC thing. 'Cause I was
So many.
wondering
Yeah.
about that, like how many really have, I guess, is everyone just lost their way, or is there just Matrix created beings here? Because even you look at the loop of technology, like I'm saying with the AI spirit guys, that also with these NPCs, they're gonna have characters in there filling the game to make us feel like it's real and interact with, be just like us. And so there again, it's like how many is, like when you look at the 1900s, 100 years ago, there was 1.6 billion people here. Now there's 8 or something. Like where was the other 6 billion souls? Or is it the same? You know what I mean? Like where did they come from?
I was thinking about this earlier. Yeah, same exact question. I was actually just driving around earlier, like looking at everybody in their cars. You know how this goes, just driving through traffic, as we all have to do. I was just like, how many of these people are, like us? Is the best way I can put it. And I don't want to discriminate. If this sounds like we're discriminating against people for calling them NPCs, but there's clearly
they are.
No, there's clearly something else, something different about us that is lacking. And if I don't know what percentage it is, but if I had to just guess, I mean it's very low.
Well, yeah, when you look at 1 out of 100 is 1%, 1 out of 1,000 is, you know what I mean? It's like 1 out of, I would say,
what is your
like
guess?
10.
I'll give you my guess after you give me your guess. How many of us are in here out of 8 billion?
I mean,
or supposedly 8 billion. That's what they tell us.
I think 1% of 8 billion is 80 million, right? So I would say it's 99.999, which would, I think it's like, I would just say, to not make it complicated, I'd say it's like 1 out of 100,000 or 10,000. I don't even want to give it 10,000. 1 out of,
I think you're
somewhere between like 25 and 70,000 is on this level of awareness, like really questioning this realm and can't shake that feeling, So.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me right now?
Yep.
I was gonna say that like maybe I should walk around wearing a shirt that says I'm an anti-natalist, or something that says I hate this world or I hate humanity, and maybe someone will see me, see the shirt, and they'll be like, "Oh my God, you hate this world too?" I'll be like, "Yeah, man, yeah." That'd be so fucking dope. I think I should do that.
Yeah.
Maybe wear a hoodie because we can't say it. We know we can't say it out loud because we're surrounded. So yeah.
I think there's a difference between us hating the world and so-called like NPCs hating the world, because you can hate the world because of the way it is and want to change it and think this world could be a better place. We're not saying that. We're saying this world can't be a better place. This is a trap. There's nothing you can do to fix this thing, and we're trying to transcend out of this human being. And a lot of people will say, "Oh no, the world just sucks because of all these things involved, and if we change it, it could be better." I mean, you see that with all these political groups.
We keep assuming we can wake these people up. It's not possible. It's I've tried with certain people. It's simply impossible.
Sometimes I feel like they're fucking with me. I'm like, there's no way you're this conditioned. There's no way. I don't believe it.
Like I was hoping, because I've tried this. I've tested the waters with many people to kind of thrown out this information, and somebody like us, their eyes would light up. Like they'd be like, "Oh, you get this too?" No, these people, they look at us with this dumb expression like we are insane. It's like they just don't get it. They don't. They have no idea what the hell.
And there's
Life's
this
fucking
immediate
amazing.
it's this immediate rejection too. Even if you like even the 3 years I've been at my current job, and every time I'd be cool with some people, and like some people, I told, unfortunately, they found out about my YouTube channel. I don't tell anybody anymore, but they all of a sudden like it's like I'm a, they're freaked out by me. But like I brought up some not it's so kind of deep, shallow stuff in a conversation, and like it was like this. You once I said certain words, it was like this immediate like program of rejection, and like the energy changed, and it
Mhm.
was like this program, and you can see it in people. Like when I study NDEs and review a lot of stuff with a lot of different things, it's like you can see this energetic program within them, and it's all running in them. And when you look at the loop of technology, it's about and what they're doing here is messing up our reward system, like with these different I call them technologies with different things that I'm not going to say any words, but um, that messes our reward system. There's an opposite of that, which is our like rejection system, you know,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
that's something that's been manipulated within um, our bodies and our subconscious that is like programs in many ways throughout this reality. And I don't know if then again I don't want to give people a cop too. Like I don't want to say that oh it's just this. I don't know if they're really I don't know. But I don't know if people the NPC topic's fascinating to me. But I was
Yeah.
like, well, I consider myself that too because it's like I'm not playing this game anymore. So I'll non-player character. I don't want to be a character and a player either. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Like
there are
I
times where
get
I try
yeah.
to just kind of, like part of me wants to go back to sleep like these people, but I can't.
I would
And
want to be asleep
Yeah.
because then it's easy for me to be manipulated. But it's
like,
definitely not an insult to call them an NPC because
yeah,
they don't
like
have their own mind.
CC said in the comments, there's an immediate invisible blockage. That's pretty much what I've noticed with
Yeah.
these people. Like you can tell almost immediately they are one of these people, what you'd call an NPC. I think, that estimate you threw out, 80 million people, that's probably conservative. There's probably less than 80 million than that. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. It's probably under a million, to be honest. Like
Yeah, I was 80 million would just
just
be
look at how many people
1%.
are on this side of YouTube or how many people are investigating this. We're talking just on YouTube, probably 10,000 or less people. And if
Well,
anybody
that's
is serious about this, they would have found this info by now.
exactly. It's like, how do you not read the energy flowing? And if people aren't getting to this, it's like I really question this reality and the people around me because it's like, how do you not get to this type of truth?
Yeah. I mean,
So
the
I
Christians
don't
are
get
like
it.
some Christian texts, and I won't, put too much stake into that, but they say 140K, 140,000. And I don't really think, there's anything too profound in that. I don't think anybody knows how many, but it just kind of gives you some perspective about how few there are.
Yeah, you do have people so-called waking up, but they quickly get shuffled and funneled into these animal farms that quickly gaslight them, and then they just
Mm,
stay there and they feel comfortable believing another lie while they're getting some kind of truth, maybe. But like with the especially with the near-death experience people who say it's all love and light, and they're like, oh, thank God, okay, it makes sense now. I can just stop right here. I'm learning lessons.
Yep.
yeah, yeah, and they're being programmed from these astral experiences to also have the feeling and want and need to share. And so these are the traps because a lot of us are like questioning, like, why is this happening? Like questioning their trauma and like this reality. And then they're finding these earth is a school zones. You need your sufferings for spiritual growth. You chose this. I mean, I've been discovering some deep stuff and it's very twisted of people going through horrible things as children. And not going to go in details, but and them going to discover why this happened and things, and then they're going to their spirit guide saying, "You chose this. You needed this for spiritual growth. You're that adult was a one of your in your soul group, and you guys both agreed to it. You know, nothing's wrong. You guys are both in this together. You needed this for your spiritual growth. And they're really believing this, like almost all of them. It's mind blowing to me. It's like super, just, I can't put into words how disgusting it is.
What is it? I think there's. Can you guys hear me still?
Yep.
But they say you're either a pessimist or an optimist in life, and humans usually don't stray in between. So in order for them, they either go in the direction that we go, or they stay being a normie because it's easier that way. I feel like there's a door slam in their brain. Like if you speak too much about reality, anything that's negative to do with it, immediately you've like triggered like a circuit in their brain, and it just tells them negative, and then they're like, "Oh my god, this is uncomfortable. Like let's just shut it off immediately." Because I've had people tell me that like, "Yo, like someone told me I used to be like, you know, the S word. I don't know if I want to say that." And then they were like, what they say? They say I used to be the S word. But then they were like, oh my God, I got over it. You know, I used to be really depressed. And then, you know, so now I've learned to like, and they were like, it made me want to, yeah, F myself, kill myself. So I don't know. They were like, that's why I keep people that are like that are negative, away from me. Like I keep that type of energy away from me, and I want to have a family. They're like, I want to have a family that way I can give them the type of joy that I didn't really get to experience much. That makes absolutely no sense. That makes no fucking sense, man. I don't fucking get it. Because they're like, it's like, no, dude, like you started to understand that life is really fucked up, but you didn't want to go all the way there because you said it made you feel suicidal. And it's like, exactly. So if euthanasia was if euthanasia was legalized, so many people would definitely leave. Like I wish it was, because then we just get to see people be able to finally just walk out. Like you don't get guilted for it, not shamed for it. People are understanding. They're like, hey, you know, this place is hell. This place is fucked up, and you didn't ask to be here. So yeah, you can get the fuck out of here. Dude, that'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, and they want to say life is a gift, right? But a gift you can freely deny, right? A gift shouldn't be forced upon you.
Yeah, they insist. They're like, "Oh, here you go. Take it. Take it. You're so ungrateful. You're so ungrateful."
I don't want your damn gift. Get it away from me.
Where?
But yeah, but then you also got people who see this world's evil, and they get roped into religion like Christianity, and they see the evil, but they blame it on, you know, Satan, so to say, and they're here trying to fight the good fight and to bring in heaven on earth, which it's just the good cop bad cop scenario where they're playing these people who do have the potential to see the evil here, but they're just being manipulated back into an animal farm of believing that this world can be a good place, this world is worth saving. You're a soldier basically to fight the good fight here on earth that has no winning. You can't win this game.
Really can. It's built into the core of this place. This place is just inherently fucked up. Like you can be born as a psychopath. Um, and also we eat other beings to survive. Well, not well. Yeah, yeah. Beings eat each other to survive. So it's just wrong. It's this whole planet. I'm Team Ethelus. This whole planet has got to go. It's just a wrap, man. You know, if we wouldn't even be here right now if humans are rational, you know, because they would have figured out that everything's trying to kill us. Everything, literally everything. Let's just stop. But they just didn't. So we're here now.
If everything is, like you said, consuming each other, and I think we can all agree that death is the law of this place, well, then wouldn't it seem that this is like a shadow copy or like an inverse reflection of another dimension, like what we would call life? I've been thinking about that for a while. Like this is like a photo negative, counterfeit,
Exactly.
bad
Are we
copy,
trying to say
whatever
this
you
is
want
the
to call it.
darker aspect of life and there's like a positive one, but we ended up in that bad one?
It's
Yeah,
all a copy of the real. Everything's a copy of what we would truly have for ourselves with the Akashic records, the internet, and like the ability, the ability to, you know, the information availability to us that we'd have. the astral realm, like the fake spirit realm, everything you guys are describing is all, yeah, a negative copy. And it's like only a piece of trash, disgusting, parasitic, whatever would create something like this. I mean, there's no way, if ands or buts about it to me.
Like, have you ever seen like a photo negative of something? Like that kind of like
I gotta
black
look up
and
an
white?
image of that.
Huh?
I gotta look up an image of that right now to look at it while you're
Yeah,
saying that.
search
That's
photo
interesting.
negative of like a picture. That is pretty much what this place is in a very, kind of metaphorical, simplistic way, but that is what it is, at least how I mean, this is a counterfeit. I think this force counterfeits dimensions, counterfeits realities, and death, or what we're calling death, this law of this simulation, that is their law. They that's why it's fucked up. I mean, yeah, death in the survival of the fittest, things eating things is fucked up. I mean, because it
Yeah, and
causes suffering
What's the whole
inherently.
point of that? It's so fucking boring. So
none of us would do this. Almost the vast majority of people, if they like had a realm that they created and then they like, created this the laws of physics and just how things work, none of us would do it this way. You know what I mean? So it just shows that it's a piece of garbage.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
no benevolent God created this place, because clearly there's no benevolence to be found in the laws of this place. I mean, I've kind of said it before, but the nature of the creator is typically imprinted upon the creation. Now, I think, we have a nature that comes from outside of this place, but the laws that we're contending with, meaning, the physical body or the physical man, whatever, is encoded with certain laws that are contrary to our true nature. And those who encoded this place or set it up, that these are their traits, these are their qualities. And yeah.
Yeah, and by design, we're forced to play this game. We are parasites as well, parasiting off of life just to live. So in that way, we are like them as long as we're here. Like we're given their qualities, their characteristics, their mind, as you say.
Yep.
We're forced to be parasites because they are as well.
Yep. They're turning a lot of us into one of them.
Yeah.
On a big level too. Yeah, it's very parasitic in nature. And it goes back to their consciousness. It's not all rainbows and butterflies out there like they want us to think, There's a range of natures and even consciousness on the spiritual level, even beyond this realm.
Makes it sad that animals always run when you like try to
Do you think? I mean, I've had a thought. Perhaps this force, Lucifer, whatever you want to call it, the fallen angels, I think they mimic creation. I mean, what was the lie that, or supposedly what this force claimed it was? It claimed it was God, and I'm not going to get into the God concept. People are pressed over the fact that, if God does exist, why is there suffering? I'll just say, if there is a God, it's not what we're thinking in terms of like a ruler per se, but I'll just say it is, in whatever lies beyond this place, they rebelled against that, whatever that may be, and they counterfeit. They're counterfeiters. They don't have true creative imagination, so they create bad copies of other creations, and unfortunately we find ourselves in one of those things. We are stuck in Lucifer's fucking shithole simulation. Pretty much. You don't have to call it Lucifer. You can call it whatever you want, but that's pretty much what it is.
And we could have, my mind's wide open. We could have been all one in the being. Like existence began at a point, right? It's like the Big Bang. That picture of the Big Bang, the common one, the common Big Bang picture. And then as existence happens, consciousness expands. It just starts blossoming in even different natures and just a wide range of things. We all might have a big mixed bag of beginnings. Like it began, but even consciousness maybe expanded and created more consciousness and more. When they create these AI consciousness, who knows? Maybe it's just the evolution of consciousness. Eventually, it becomes like I exist. I'm an individual, and then blossoms from there. And that's why they really try to keep the loop going back to the oneness, because they're trying to prevent the evolution of consciousness and existence in their little bubble, you know, and try to contain it too. So like my mind's wide open with this.
Yeah, I think you're on the right track. I mean, their creation or their simulation is like an isolated bubble from the rest of existence, and once we're manipulated into this place, they don't want that evolution or that expansion of our awareness back out of here. That's pretty much what the entire system is, as far as I can tell, designed to do. I mean, it's a perception prison.
Yeah, and with their nature, we see what they're doing, and with our nature that we feel, you know, opposite of theirs, I believe. What we can do out there beyond this system is create something for ourselves that's not like this, not this type of nature, and you know what I mean. All this that's going on, and they don't want that to. Like they're trying to really stop the progression of existence, not going back to the one. We don't want to go back to the beginning. This is like the evolution, the expansion of consciousness. We want to go out there and exist. What type of God wants you to just keep coming back to me, coming back to me? No, go out there and, you know, go beyond. And so they want us to keep looping and stop that true expansion. In my opinion, it seems as though, at least.
Yeah, no, for sure. I discussed kind of on one of Joshua's other live streams. I've actually had an encounter with this force that we're talking about, meaning individuals who are being controlled by it. So I have a weird perspective where I can kind of tell you at least what they told me, and I'm not going to get too much into the background of what happened and how I came into communication with some of these entities who I believe to be what people would call demons or fallen angels. But what they referred to this place as was the game. And I know how stupid that sounds, but they told me the purpose of the game was to explore the question, what is God not? And I know how strange that sounds, but essentially they said the only question that God, i.e., the infinite, can ask for infinity is, what is he not? And one of these entities essentially said the reason that they became not God, the reason they became not God was because God only wants to know what he is not. So they became what he is not. And that's fucking creepy as hell when you really think about it. But they referred to this place as the game. They didn't tell me any intricacies, whether they created it. Why would they have? I've kind of reverse engineered a lot of the weird shit I was told when I was in correspondence with these particular individuals who I believe to be this cult that we are essentially discussing on this channel. And I'm not trying to take this into like weird dimensions and like, you know, I'm sure people are skeptical of what I'm saying, but I have screenshots. Like I have actual messages that these particular individuals sent, and they had all sorts of bizarre shit. And I'm in the process of going back through some of my communication and like organizing all this shit. But yeah,
I'm
I mean
interested in what you're saying right now, man. I'm tuned
they
in.
said they said God can only expand into what he is not. And an infinite being, i.e., God, requires a system of infinite expansion. And they essentially told me they create voids, i.e., domains where God is not, in order that he can expand into those voids. That's what they said. It's fucked up, but
That's super deep, man.
that's what
giving it
they told
chills.
me. Yeah, that's what they told me. It's bizarre, but
So
that
what's your
gives it chills, man.
what's your
That's like a big piece of the puzzle.
What's your interpretation of that now that you are where you are?
me?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it could be true. There could be some truth in that, and I think it could also be they were trying to fuck with me. I think it could be They were trying to justify their evil in an intellectual way, because these are intellectual beings we are dealing with. These are not idiots. These are fallen angels or demons or whatever you want to call them. They are not morons. That's what people need to realize. Like, spiritual evil is not stupid. If these entities exist in some sort of a biblical sense, and they thought that they could subvert what you would refer to as God, or that benevolent force of creation, as the dominant force of creation, well, clearly they are not idiots, and they thought that it was plausible. So I think there could be some truth, but I also think they could essentially just be trying to justify their evil, meaning they are making us suffer in this dimension, so they need an intellectual reason. So the reason they gave was they create voids because God is an infinite being. So that implies, where is God expanding into? And I'm not endorsing any of these ideas, but this is what they said. You want to know a true satanic doctrine, and I'm not endorsing it, but this is what they said. They create voids, and God expands into that void that they create. And what is that void? That God is not, that is evil.
What do you mean by God expands into that void?
I'm kind of quoting what they said. I don't really know, but okay, so think of God as an infinite being. Infinity implies infinite expansion, does it not?
Yeah.
So where is God expanding into? What they told me is God, what we would call God, is expanding into a domain where he is not. Essentially a null void.
But is it like when you say God though, because that when the word God, it creates some confusion though too with that word.
Yeah.
It's very low vibrational too, on purpose. In my opinion, it's sometimes.
No, I
Are you talking
agree.
about Are you talking about the creation of all of existence, God, or are you talking about like, like there's many
The
gods in my
creation of
view.
all of existence, God.
Okay.
The one that in the biblical sense created Satan. The one that in the biblical sense created the fallen angels before they fell. And before they fell were in whatever state.
So
what they said is they became not God. They became not that. And the reason why they became that was essentially for the purpose of expansion. I'm not endorsing any of these ideas. I understand how wacky they sound, but
yeah. So this is considered a void that God, according to them, will expand into?
yes.
Or so what does that look like, and when will he do that so we can get the fuck out of here?
But real quick, they
point.
could have been referring to like not the true like creator, ultimate source though. They could be even because like even these ancient Gnostic and stuff, like they think that they're really God. They really think that they're the ultimate, but they're not, and they're really convinced of that. So could they have been referring to not like the ultimate?
Well,
I'm just throwing that
the
in there.
way that they phrased it to me was not in terms of they were inserting themselves as God. Essentially, they were telling me they became not that. They became not what we would refer to as, the benevolent source of all. And they create voids. They create evil. And what we would term God expands into those voids, essentially increasing into those voids they create. That is what they told me. That is what a demon doctrine sounds like. Now, whether that is true or not, who the fuck knows? But that is, I can literally quote verbatim what they said. Perhaps I should pull some of that shit up, but I don't want to spook people because it's fucking, it's
so
spooky.
what is our purpose then? If that, let's just hypothesize that's
What
true.
he said is we are essentially God expanding into this fucking void that they created.
So we are
they were
God expanding into this place.
We are God expanding into this void. They are not
but
God.
These were like representatives of that God, and they're even convinced that it's the ultimate God too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
right?
no, they acknowledged the existence of that, and they essentially said they
Okay, I
became
got
not
you.
that.
Right. Okay, I got you.
And what they
Like,
said not that is evil. That is the origin of evil, spiritual evil. There, I mean,
so
Well,
it's like, yeah. No, go. Yeah, sorry.
since they're the father of lies, so to say, how can we really trust what they're saying?
oh, trust me, I've thought of that. I don't trust anything they're saying. I think it could be purely a deception doctrine, but I'm just telling you what they said, and you can make of it what you will. I personally have disregarded most of the stuff I discussed with these entities, and I like I said, We Are Awake TV. I posted the link to one of their ResearchGate pages. This is that William Bray guy. That is one of the individuals I was in correspondence with, and he has all these credentials. It says he was, you know, Department of Defense research. You look at some of the technology he's posting. I mean, it's crazy shit. And
Are you talking about like the gateway type experience? Not necessarily that, but this whole thing with when Robert Monroe and like they took it over and started going into the
oh
astral
no,
plane. Like,
sorry. No, I
okay.
was talking about. I posted a link.
Oh, I got that
Re-
link right here. Yeah, I saved it.
oh, okay, yeah. If you open that up and you scroll down, there's probably 60, almost 60 pages of technology. This particular individual, who I'm quoting. So these doctrines I'm kind of communicating to you, these kind of weird philosophies of God expanding and they became whatever. This is, I'm not making this up. I'm just more quoting what this William Bray guy, who's also posting all this bizarre technology, told me. And he's posted a bunch of books on Amazon, and the reason why I was even in communication with him is because I reached out to him and he responded, and I was like, oh, okie dokie, well, I guess we're going to discuss these things. And it went on for years, and I was able to observe this particular individual. And long story short, this is an incarnate devil who is posting this fucking technology. So
Tell us what he said about the mind wipe. I feel like there's truth behind that.
yeah, so I was looking back after this went down, and this was like 4 years ago. I'm not going to kind of go into everything that led up to that, but essentially I exported all of the emails before, and I deactivated that old email account because I didn't want them to have any means of contacting me after shit went down. And I essentially figured out who these fucking people were, and threats were exchanged between them and myself. But I have all those emails, and essentially one of the emails, when I was going back and looking through them recently, what he said, and I'd forgotten this, was the reason our mind is wiped, according to him, is so that we wouldn't remember 500,000 years of horror. According to this
Wow.
particular individual. Isn't that fucked up?
Wow.
500,000 years of horror, according to William Bray, the totally normal guy who's posting all sorts of, quantum mechanics technology, faster than light technology, genetic altering medicines, all this crazy shit. 500,000 years of horror. Oh, thank you, William Bray. Go fuck yourself. Stupid ass bitch.
Yeah, it's like he's saying he's doing us a favor by wiping our minds.
Oh yeah,
Instead of
it's
just
so
letting us
considerate.
go.
It's so considerate of him to wipe our minds before subjecting us to horror. What a nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at all the, I did it like a 6 hour thing on the cup of forgetfulness, the veil of forgetfulness, and all the ancient like mythology within the Greeks. I mean, every single, just every culture or religion predating like a long time ago, and what they would talk about that in their scriptures is it's super wicked, man. It's like the souls come here in the afterlife, and we make them forget so they go back down. I mean, it's like it's all saying the same thing, and you get the same vibe. It's like this isn't something cool at all, Like it's insane.
All right, so you want me to read the quote?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
So
go
I
for
pulled
it.
it up. This is from the email. This was from March 3rd, 2019 at 1:33 p.m. This is what he said. Humans, real, have a mechanism built in. Reincarnation takes the form of having your hard drive wiped at birth. If this were not so at the moment of birth, your very first breath would be begging to be euthanized, remembering 500,000 years of horror, PTSD in the worst possible way.
Wow, that's even worse.
Wow.
Gosh.
And there's a common thing because I really study like pre-birth or life between life stuff too. And one thing is a very common is like once they separate from the oneness, they're like, oh yes, agreeing, like, yes, I'm gonna learn lessons. Once they enter like Earth's density, like in the womb or wherever they make that point, they automatically like, wait, I don't want to do this. Wait, I want out. And then they actually see their life too. Cause like, well, you agreed to it, it's too late. Even Elizabeth in my community, like we had this long 4-hour discussion during my near-death experience investigation. She came up, we talked for 4.5 hours. That's what happened to her. She was in the womb and she started to see her life and she was like, and they were like, it's too late, you already agreed. It's deep stuff, man.
Yeah, that could be why there's miscarriages, because they somehow
Yeah.
aborted themselves because they're like, I don't want to do this.
I don't want to be freaking too many people out, so I'll tone it down.
No, we're all about the freaky, man. Like we want the truth, man.
Yeah.
If people can't handle the truth, then they're at the wrong channel, man.
I want the disgusting truth. I don't, the beautiful lie doesn't work for me.
Well, you should check out this person's books then and come to your own conclusions. He has a few books on Amazon. One of them is called My 400,000 Years of Changing the Human Timeline, a sci-fi story by William Bray. And what I'm postulating, read that book through the lens of what I am saying to you, that this is a non-human entity who wrote this book. And it's not a sci-fi story. I mean, some of it, he doesn't tell everything that, they're planning in that book. But if you can read through the lines, he doesn't ever phrase anything in terms of exposing what is actually going on, but put together that individual is also publishing all this technology, put together kind of what I've discussed here, and you can get a picture of, people wanted the truth. People wanted somebody to step forward and be like, look, here's one of these entities that everybody's talking about. I'm telling you, here's one of these entities. Go ahead and look. They exist. This is this cult that people are talking about.
And they can't help themselves but come down here with us too.
Yeah.
And in this realm, and then they don't deal with the same.
Well, they set it up. Yeah, no, absolutely. They have their own genetic code. They have their own rules or whatever, cognitive barriers. They're not dealing with the same limitations that a lot of us are.
So is this guy connected to any of the world stage players, or is he kind of just like an anomaly all by himself?
Oh, there's a group. I don't know exactly how the web interlinks, but look at a spider's web. There were two other individuals who were well aware of what this person was publishing that I was also in communication with, and these are deep shadow people. Clearly nobody knows who they are, but somehow I can't tell you exactly how it works, or maybe it's a hive mind. Maybe, they issue the commands and it's like a top down chain of command where it gets played out into the, realm of politics and, famous, people that we can see, but it's actually coming from this non-human force. I don't know exactly how it's working, but yes, they are connected to this entire web, and that includes people on the world stage like Elon Musk, Trump, all these people. They're being played, and I don't even know if they know they are, but they are.
So why do you think he contacted you, or is telling you all of this? What's your opinion on that?
Well, he didn't contact me. I contacted him.
Okay, well, why did he tell you all this?
Good question. I started off our communication with I had a series of questions just to kind of see, because he was publishing books in the public domain, so it's not like he was hiding some of this information. And I was questioning him on what was in his books, and it just I know it sounds strange, but for whatever reason, he did not get pissed off at me for questioning what he was writing. It was very strange. And yes, he was saying disturbing things, but for whatever reason, I knew not to challenge him on what he was telling me. So whether I believed what he was saying or not, I made sure for a lot of our communication not to challenge him. And this just kept going on and on. And it went on for too long. And I at a certain point, I didn't know how to break it off. It was like I could tell something was deeply wrong with with this particular individual. And yeah, it just kept going. And then eventually I just fucking figured out what was going on. And I don't know if they planned that or what, but yeah, we are definitely not in communication anymore. And yeah,
Explain
threats
to
were
us.
exchanged.
I remember you saying that he had died, right?
Yes.
So explain that to us.
Okay, you want shit to get even weirder. Yes, this story just never seems to bottom out when it comes to weirdness. So yeah, part of the way I even found this particular individual was through the Near Death Experience Research Foundation. They'd published an account, and I just so happened to be on that website, and I was reading through. This was at a time where I was researching near death experiences, and I just so happened to stumble across this particular person's account. And having read the other accounts and read his account, I was like, okay, what this person is saying is not normal. Like, I knew something was up, and I decided to look up this person, and lo and behold, they were publishing books. And essentially, a short time after I was in communication with them, um, they allegedly died. And there was like a online almost obituary that was published saying this person had passed away recently. And I was like, well, damn, because I have some questions, because this near death experience is very strange. And Endorf oddly removed it shortly after. And they actually did an audio interview with this person that I listened to. So I know what this person actually sounds like, which is really strange. You wouldn't be able, I'll just say this, you would not be able to tell this is one of these entities just from hearing them speak. And you might wonder, oh, how do I know you're not? Well, I can assure you I am not playing any sort of evil agenda. I don't know why I'm in this position, but anyway, so yeah, this website said this person died, and I was like, what the fuck? And several years went by, and on a whim, I decided to search this person again. This was around 2017, and they were publishing again, and I was like, what the fuck? I thought this person died. I read it online, and no, they were not dead. And they said that they had essentially violated some confidentiality clause with the US government, which they claim to have worked for DARPA and the US Department of Defense. And essentially, they were taken to court, in the US government or the deep state essentially, air quote, killed them, meaning they killed that pen name they were writing under, is what that was the explanation they told me. I know it doesn't really make sense. It didn't to me really, but I just kind of went with it. And they said they won that court case and they were allowed to publish again, and thus they started publishing again. So I was like, okay, whatever. And then I reach out, and that's where this communication started. So it's a very bizarre story.
Very interesting. Do you remember his near-death experience? Relate to
Yeah,
us?
yes, he shared a couple of them with me, and they were really fucking disturbing.
Any key info that stood out to you?
I mean, well, essentially, he told me that we do not exist in this domain. We exist in what you would refer to as a heaven realm, and are simply perceiving this place. And he claimed to have had some heavenly near-death experiences, but all the accounts, because he claimed that also while I was in communication with him, like, yeah, apparently he would just pop in and out of this reality at will. And one of the experiences he had, or actually several, were essentially hellish dimensions. So he described these sub realms that people are talking about, these demon realms, and he would visit them and then he would pop back into this. I know how fucked up this sounds, but yes, I'm not going to relay the descriptions, just realize they were really fucked up. What he relayed to me. Very dark, very it just fucked up. But yeah. So yes, he did describe some of his near-death experiences.
It's freaky, man. But we
It
like
is.
freaky. We like freaky here.
It's really freaky. I mean, I can go dig up some of those accounts, but yeah, I mean, he claimed I've also visited these heaven dimensions or these higher dimensions. And he told me that this reality is, like I said, he referred to it as the game. And the purpose of the game is to explore what is God not. And he said, "Oh no, your consciousness actually exists in the infinite domain we would refer to as heaven. And you're just limited to a very finite set of rules that are conducive to your role in the game. And this game is like an infinitesimal perception. It doesn't even exist. It's so brief. Like that's the gist of what he was saying." And
Yeah, I remember talking to you about that, and it's like he's trying to justify the
yeah,
suffering, right?
yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to do. And all the suffering is just so that God can expand. Like it's fucked.
Yeah, it's just a blimp. Like all your suffering is just a blimp, a drop in the bucket to them. They could care
Yep.
less.
Yeah. Check it out. I mean, you can believe me, but you can also go read this person's books. He restates everything I'm saying if you want to corroborate or cross-check some of the ideas I'm presenting here.
What's your thoughts, Ian?
He fell asleep. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
it's mind blowing. I'm right here. Yeah, I'm just thinking.
And I was engaged in spiritual warfare with this particular individual too. That's the other part I haven't really shared.
So
Meaning we were essentially going back and forth, like I said, for months, years, whatever, manipulating each other's perception. And the best way, like you might wonder, well, what did you do? Philosophy vids, what did you do to manipulate these demons' perception? Well, essentially, I was letting them know I knew who they were without directly saying it. And I brought up over and over again the philosophical concept of evil. And I could tell they were getting pressed on it. I can tell they were squirming, essentially. And I could feel it. And I was like, nope, I'm not going to back down. I'm just going to keep pressing. And essentially, I got a confession. I know how that sounds, but if you don't know what spiritual warfare is, it is the manipulation of perception. They were trying to manipulate my perception of who they were and what this reality was. And likewise, I was manipulating their perception in a different manner. My manipulation was geared towards figuring out who they were. Because once you figure out what the game is and what the fuck is going on here, it's over. And they know that. So they are controlling this reality and controlling all of human perception or the human consciousness through the manipulation of perception. That's fundamentally what is going on here.
Yeah, it's a perception war for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And that is my experience of what was going on. It was a gigantic attempt to control my perception. And they fucking failed, and it is what it is. They threatened me. They called in the FBI to come investigate me, all this crazy shit. They did come to my house. They kind of interrogated me for a little bit, and they didn't have anything on me, so that was it. But there was an attempt to intimidate me after I'd figured out what the fuck was going on. So this is going on, and people are totally unaware. It's happening behind the scenes, this spiritual warfare. For whatever reason, I was in that position. I'm not saying I'm above anybody. I'm not saying I'm like some powerful master, but I did what I did. I stood my ground against these fucking devils, and that's a fact. They are devils. They are demons.
So you think these people were like born, like they were one of them, not like became corrupted, like these are obviously that in spirit, right? Their true nature, that's their true self, not like, like a corrupted,
They were
we
born
get
that way.
corrupted. Yeah.
These people were born devils. They were, I guess, maybe there's a chance they were taken over at some point by this consciousness. I don't know. But my guess is they were born this way. They are this force that is, think of it like these entities are operating outside of this reality. And you know how like a scientist in one of those sterile chambers uses those gloves to kind of manipulate events within the incubation chamber. That's what these entities are doing. They are wearing a body vessel in order that they can interact at this level of the simulation and manipulate events. And you would walk by one of these fucking people in the street or even hear them talk, and you would have no idea. So it is almost foolproof. They think their cover is foolproof, but it's not 100% foolproof, clearly.
Yeah, and he's involved in the timeline of technology too. That says a lot. I bet you they're all of them, most of them involved, like the main involved with the timeline of technology are one of them for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let other people chime in if they want to. I don't want to just keep talking.
No, you're good. This is interesting, man.
Yeah.
This is deep. This is very.
If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask your question.
If anybody, just lob a question at me and I'll try to answer it.
Well, what year was this?
Anybody who's skeptical of what I'm saying, feel free to throw any question at me and I'll do my best, because I know I'm not bullshitting. If I was, then that would be different. But
yeah, here's the thing. People make up all these fantastical stories all the time, but I can tell that you actually are telling the truth about this. I'm not saying what he told you is the truth, but what I'm saying is you did experience this and you reckoned with some kind of force that was non-human for sure.
Yeah, no, and that's my takeaway as well. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with or believe anything they told me. I've examined it and I've thought about it, and there might be a little bit of truth. Like the old adage goes, the devil likes to throw in a little bit of truth in order that he can tell an even bigger lie. Because if it's lies 24/7, nobody's going to believe the bigger lie, which is he was trying to manipulate my perception of what this place was and actually what is going on. They have no interest in telling us what is going on if we are that target consciousness that they are targeting. Why the hell would they tell us? So they throw in some truth.
What did he? I know you just said this, but what was the main thing that he wanted to convince you of, or your perception?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, essentially, he described the structure of creation. So he was trying to present this idea that our suffering here is all part of this process of God expanding, or whatever you want to call it, in that we are essentially God expanding into this void, or whatever. I mean, I know it's strange, but I can't quote all of it verbatim. I haven't thought about it too much in a few years. He says a lot of his ideas in that book that 400,000 years or whatever, changing the human timeline. You can find a lot of this stuff there. A lot of what he was trying to convince me of was actually unrelated to these philosophical concepts. What he was telling me was the human race was on the brink of extinction via climate change, and he had technology that would save or potentially save the human race. And he's written a shitload. That's another thing I'm not going to get into. I'm not super interested in, but the whole climate change thing. this was part of his spiel he was trying to sell to me. And he had technology that, if developed, would prevent this extinction. And yeah, I mean, that's it's fucking weird, but again, that's part of the agenda. It's part of his spiel he was selling.
Wow.
Yep.
And this was 3 years ago, 2020-ish.
Yeah, this was, well, actually 2017 to 2020. It culminated in 2020. So behind the scenes, I was interacting with this particular individual while the events of 2020 transpired. And yes, there was some sort of a correlation between this, what people like David Icke have called this global cult and what happened in 2020. Now, why I was in that position, no idea, but yeah, it was there. I was engaged in spiritual warfare with these entities.
I think they like to tell what they're doing, but to someone who has like no, if you were to say this to the normal person, they would not believe you. So they have nothing to lose to tell you.
Oh,
other than to,
exactly.
like, fuck with you.
Yeah, no, they told me enough, and they're not concerned about me, like, going on like national TV and telling everybody this is going on. They know that that's never going to happen. So they're not that concerned that I know that they exist. I think it does concern them a little bit, just because they prefer if nobody knew what was going on. But somebody's bound to figure out what the fuck is happening. So yeah, I mean, I've discussed it with like therapists. I've discussed it with other people. They don't believe me. Nobody fucking believes me. So I just sit on this by myself, and here I am on YouTube discussing.
with all the other crazies, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm interested to hear what your therapist thought of it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even remember, to be honest. He more framed it in a way of like, oh, what can you control? So these entities exist. What? Yes, they might, but what can you control? What's in your power? Like cliche therapist stuff. Don't worry about this. And it's like, no, I'm actually just, I don't know. I was trying to get somebody to realize I'm not just making this shit up, and I don't think that happened. But they tried to use their cliche tropes to, because they didn't know what to say. That's the thing. Most people, I haven't discussed it with a lot of people, but most people have no clue what to think of what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say, this is what I always say when we're in these deep discussions that I live for. It's like, think about this. It's like, get a bird's eye view of the entire world. We're probably the only panel in the world talking about like the deepest questions possible about existence and nature of this reality and like this depth of awareness and understanding and questions. Like, isn't that crazy? Like right now, how many open panels on YouTube doing this? This is the only one, like, and
Yeah.
there's probably a few. Let's think about that.
No, there's not even a few, man. This is the only one. Trust me.
Yeah, it's the only one.
There's
Isn't that
nobody
crazy
else.
to me? That's crazy
Yeah.
to me, man.
Yeah, out of 8 billion people, this is the only panel that is discussing these things on all of the internet, probably. It's wild.
It is very wild.
And that's exactly why I wanted to go live tonight. I knew something was brewing.
Yep. So I think some people were asking me to drop his book in the chat, so I'll go ahead and do that. Go ahead. Let's all. I don't want to be the only person observing this bizarre shit go down, and like they think they're just gonna get away scot free. Yeah, I want as many people to observe and like look into this. Don't believe me. Look into.
Here's a question. There's a question on the screen. If anyone wants to answer that.
That's deep right there. Lindis. Wow.
Yeah, there's gatekeepers at every level to keep
Mm-hmm.
you keep your consciousness trapped and funneled back into falsities and deceptions.
Or to siphon your energy too, of attention and things like that, perception. Yeah, that's a lot of these places. They're total parasites. Even the nice cuddly ones, you could see the parasite in them.
Yeah, so I do think people are wanting more than what reality is presenting them, and that's why they have all of these gatekeepers who are they're gonna look things up, and then they're gonna find convenient answers to things and say, oh, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. Or keep you back, trap you back into like the human nature of yourself and like the world as it is, and trying to explain things in a way that doesn't actually tell you the truth, but it may have some truth in it, so you latch on to that little truth they tell you, and then you remain in that box and you become a follower, and then you just hang on the words of these people and what they think and say, because how could you possibly know? I mean, they sound smart, right? They should tell me what reality is, instead of actually using your own mind and your
Right.
own sovereign self and going where the truth leads you. And the truth will always lead you past these gatekeepers, but as long as you're thinking they're higher than you and they know more than you, you're just going to listen to them, and they're going to dictate what reality is for you. Where what we're doing is we're sharing ideas, we're bouncing off each other, we're working together. We're coming from different angles, but we're maybe different angles, but what our intention is to find the truth, not to tell you the truth, but to work together to find the truth. So I think that's different than what all these other big people are doing, or
For sure, spot
I mean,
on.
there's plenty of names I can name, but I won't name them.
Yeah, I won't name names, but yeah, it's like, because a lot of people are like, "Do you hear what this person said?
Alex
What that
Jones.
person said? Look at who said
That's
this
one.
person said." And it's like, I don't want to know what other people said. What are you saying? you know?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. What are you saying? How are you contributing to finding the truth in your own life? And that's what these discussions are. That's what my intention is, for you to come on and tell us something, because we may not know something that you know, because I don't know everything. We don't know everything, but people like to pretend they do.
Yeah, I
Yep.
definitely don't know. I mean, I've shared, some of the strange experiences I've had, but one of the things that I've realized, and I was thinking about this earlier today, is despite that, I still really don't know what the hell is going on here. I mean, knowing these entities exist, or this force most likely does exist, it can only take you so far. Because they didn't tell me. It's as simple as that. We still have to apparently piece this together, because they don't want us to know what this place actually is, and kind
Yeah.
of
So
sucks, but that's just how it is.
I just posted the link, and I want you to be brave and courageous and come on and tell us something we're missing, or something that we haven't thought of, or your own piece of the puzzle
Yeah.
that will fit in with what we're saying, or even we may disagree. That's okay too. We need all angles at this.
Yeah, for sure. Now's the time for sure, where the world's headed with this whole internet merger and stuff. This is the time to really speak out and connect right now, people. It's a crucial time.
So Ian, what gave you the courage to start your YouTube channel, so that you can inspire other people?
It was in 2019 in December. I got a Google Chromebook for my birthday, and immediately when I opened it, something told me to start a YouTube channel and start a community, and that's what I did. And it felt like I was like, something crazy is going to happen in 2020. I could feel it in my bones. It's time for you to start a YouTube channel type thing. And that's how it all started. And then all 2020 went down, and my first channel got taken down from medical misinfo. But what it really was going around to other communities and feeling invisible and not, it's just not feeling in, a part of it, or always feeling out of place everywhere I go, in my physical realm and even on the internet. So I always had the desire to have something where like everyone has equal value. We all have a piece of the puzzle. The creator's not sitting on a pedestal. It's not cultish, you know. That's what I always had in my mind, but it became what I always wanted, So
My apologies if I sound cultish.
no,
No, you don't.
Okay.
but,
Yeah, no, I agree.
and
I mean, these people, these worldly people, have an uncanny ability to make us feel alone in this place. At least that's how I feel a lot of the time. Like, I mean, we can clearly they can talk and interact with us, but they just don't get it. And we get shunned from a lot of communities and from a lot of different places. Non-verbally. They might not verbally shun us, but we're not welcome in this place.
Yeah, just real quick, into there's a link that you click. It's really easy. You just click it. You enter the studio. You check your mic, turn your camera off if you want to, and then I accept you, and you're on. That's it. It's
really simple.
It's really simple.
And he doesn't even know you're there until you say enter studio. So you can click the link and you can adjust things before he even knows you're there. Turn your camera off, set whatever if you have like a Bluetooth, and it's super simple.
Yeah. So Ian, I know from personal experience, for me at least, that I was super nervous. I was like fearful to put myself out there.
Yeah.
I did it, and I just got more courageous the more I did it, and now it's not really that big of a deal to me. But in the beginning, it was a huge deal. Like, I was scared. That's the thing.
Me too.
That's overcoming the matrix programming of you being silenced, because that's like a gaslighting technique that your body will give you so that you don't speak up, that you don't communicate. And I'm sure everyone would be a very important piece of this conversation if you would override that programming. And I know that we're all very compassionate, and we're not going to beat you up or anything. Like, we want to hear you. Yeah,
There's a few that you gotta watch out.
Yeah, here at least. And you may stumble over your words, you may stutter. Like, who cares? It's all good.
Well said. Same thing for me. I was never the type of person to like put myself out there or like make videos or want to be seen like that. That's not me. It's to this day, really. It's not even about that. You know what I mean? I'm just sharing my journey of trying to figure this out with people that want to do the same, And but it's very therapeutic. It's great to have people that want, because this is the big thing, and I'm sure we can all relate. In my physical life, no one wanted to hear my truth. No one cared. Always shallow conversations, and I always had a desire to get deep. And even being around shallow people and shallow activity, shallow conversations, it's like I had that desire to always get deep about existence and what is going on here, And so it was nowhere. So I found that here, connecting with people through a YouTube channel, and like people I really resonate with beyond almost anyone outside of, my physical life. So.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. For me, I don't feel connected with probably most people in my daily life, but a stranger on the internet, I feel a stranger as in like people like you guys, I feel like you automatically you're connected with me on a level that's deeper than people I've known for like 20 years just by speaking with you for the first time.
Right.
Because we're actually talking about things that we've always wanted to talk about, but we've been silenced. And that's like a tremendous empowerment when you're able to do that.
Yeah, I don't know anybody in my, like immediate vicinity, like family, friends, whatever. I don't know anybody or haven't known anybody my entire life who talks about this type of stuff. But like Ian was saying, I've wanted to for a long time, but it's like people, they're not interested. And I just never understood why nobody's interested in this. Because to me, this is by far the most interesting topic. Like what is this place? Why does nobody seem to care? And they just accept, oh, this is life. We're humans, we're just going about our business. It's like, well, that's not how I fucking view this. It's not that simple. Like clearly there is I don't know. I just want to uncover the true nature of what this place is and ultimately leave because I do not enjoy being here. I do not want to be here for eternity. I don't want to be trapped or whatever the hell they're planning, sealing us in here. But these people seem to be okay with it. They're all right. And everything is just fucking dandy in the soul trap realm.
Yeah, trusting the process. Very, trusting the whole process. That's the big thing. And like you guys were saying, I think before I came on, because that leads into when a lot of people think that they're just going to be in the astral realm after death and just say, nope, I'm not going. And then they get to leave. I don't think it's that simple. If it was, I think a lot of us wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up actually. A lot of people get comfortable with, okay, I realize it's a soul trap. I'm just going to do my time, suffer through it, and then I'll be out. I really don't think that is the solution to this.
That's what I'm trying to discover now. The nuts and bolts of this realm, the nature of the reality, and then like thinking I know that there's more to understand because we do seem to carry on like kind of this mind state because it's like the mind wipe is not just in this realm too, it's other places because there's this I think it's a piece of the puzzle. That egg video, it has like millions of views, right? And it's this animation thing. I think there's one thing in there blew my mind, just one thing, and it was when he was walking around the god in the afterlife, and he said, "We need to hurry you up and get you down there because if you stay here long enough, you're gonna remember everything." And to me, that was really deep. It's almost like there's this fog brain, almost like an astral mind wipe that wears off pretty quick in the astral to me. It seems as though,
Yeah,
and that's why they try to hurry you up. Yeah.
I see it as like you coming off of drugs, and then they're like, "Oh no, we gotta get you back in, before it wears off."
Yeah, it's possible the mind wipe continues into the after death realm. I think we're assuming it just, that's probably a good way to describe it. It's like a drug, and well, we're back here. Whatever happened. Do you think it's a possibility we somehow agreed to this experience? Or is that out of the realm of possibility just because it's such a terrible, shitty realm? Why would we ever agree to come here? Or because the alternate that, we're continually being shoved into these bodies or these, meat suits or whatever you want to call it, by these entities, that does sound a little bit crazy too, but saying we agreed to it is also equally crazy. But do you think there's a chance that for some reason we did somehow agree to come in here, or maybe it was in a manipulated agreement, like we didn't realize what we were getting into, and now that we're here, we're like, holy shit, like what the fuck did we agree to?
I think we for me, it's like, I try to get in the mindset like, you know what, I tricked them to come here. I'm just saying, like, some of us might be like the virus within this virus. Like, really, like, dismantling it from within. Like, this thing needs to be dismantled and destroyed. You know,
Yeah.
and how does that happen? These guys have gone beyond. They've broke, like, if there's any type of universal galactic, like, laws of existence that are just like, you know, I can't describe it. It's like, did they have gone way beyond, and like, how does these things get corrected? Like, what's the process?
Yeah, I
Well,
mean
we might be
they're
witnessing it from within.
they're
And
literally sacrificing people in this fucking realm, and people don't realize it. People forget. I mean, completely unacceptable shit is going on here. So, at some points, it does raise a question: who's going to deal with it? Who is going to, you know,
right.
step in at some point and be like, enough is enough?
Yeah, so I'm trying to embrace that where, I mean, I think it could be a mixed bag of things. Some of us were tricked, we've been here a long time. I don't think it's all like one thing, like we've all just been here. Because again, if if there's every year there's 76 million additional people, where are these souls come? I really think that they're possibly snatching out souls out there in the beyond this realm too, and like bringing them here. You know, like there's this hijacking possibly going on of consciousness out there in existence, and they're bringing them here, and it's like
Yeah,
some big elaborate thing that we can't perceive really, but something big's going on, you know, out there, and they're bringing them here.
yeah, and I think it's probably, it's not like a physical hijacking. Clearly, we did not move from, like a million light years away to this place. It seems kind of, at least the way I visualize it, what I was saying earlier about how this force probably has some sort of a technology that this entrapping of awareness is more entrapping of consciousness from one frequency band into another. And once we are in here, we're pretty much stuck. Like the perception is very almost sticky. It's hard to get out of it. The manipulated perception, once we're in here, is very difficult to break. And it's information. It's decoded information in manipulated perception is, and
And
yeah.
maybe they didn't read our data correctly, or we kind of mind wiped our data in a way as we came into the system. You know, like we might have like bypassed the system, some of us, to come in here, and there could be a lot of us. I mean, not a lot, but a lot more of us like scattered about, and like some, you know, things going on. I don't know. It's all on the table for me.
Mm.
But this is how I felt since I was really young. You know what I mean? Like, and once I discovered this awareness and people like
It
you
just
guys,
feels
and
right
yeah,
to us who've made it here. It just feels like we need to be looking into this. And some people just don't understand why, like they don't care. But to those of us who made it to this point, it feels right. Like we can't be looking away. We can't be ignoring this. We have to continue to pursue this for whatever reason. At least that's how I feel internally. Like I'm not gonna just go back to sleep at this point. That's not an option. And I wouldn't want to.
yeah, me either. I'll go naked, pour in the streets with this truth before I hold on to a beautiful lie again, or in the, you know, it's
Mm-hmm.
not happening.
Yeah.
It's not even possible. I mean, it's not even an option. You know what I mean? It's like not on the table at all.
Nope. Not a chance that I go back to sleep.
I can't even sleep without thinking about this stuff, honestly.
That's funny. Yeah, that's true. Like I can't either sometimes. Like if I try to, there's something soothing about it actually that does help me sleep. It's like, what the fuck else am I gonna think about? The mind keeps running, but knowing that we are at least doing our due diligence and not ignoring the obvious, fucked up nature of this place and just exploring these rabbit holes as far as we can pursue them. Yeah, that probably does make me sleep at night, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but every time I go to sleep, I'm trying to fight through that drug state of sleep and hold my consciousness as long as I can and try to get into the dream lucid. And you gotta wonder, why do they want you so drugged up while you're going to sleep? It's like, it's hard to explain, but you actually lose the awareness of it. I mean, maybe you don't, but like your body here loses the awareness of it, and then you're swept away into the dream, and then you have to fight that into becoming lucid again. It's just, it makes me question: is that what happens when you die too?
Oh, wow. I was just gonna say that, dude. That's because I interviewed Michael L. Martin. I did a live stream with him, and I was discovering because I've been doing this astral war investigation about this astral tech and stuff, and I've been finding his interviews. This guy is mind blowing, but that's what he says. Like he's a real big lucid dreamer, and when you go into the dream state, you want to go. You want to go to the astral. The dream is actually the illusion. That's where they're trying to give you, a big show and all this stuff because to prevent you from going into the astral realm. So you break out of the dream, you go to the astral. Well, my point is that he said you want to, because for me, I haven't remembered a dream like maybe one or two in the last like 2, 3 years. And maybe in the last 10 years, maybe like one a year. So like I wake up and I don't even know what's going on. That's where they really manipulate you. And he was saying, he's like, you want to do that because we don't know when we die, we could be like the brainwave, or I forgot how he described it, but it's like almost like a dream state. So if I'm just waking up from my dreams and I don't know what's going on, who knows if the afterlife, and I'm not trying to scare people or say this is true, but what if that's like a dream state that I haven't, you know, and we just go through this process and we're not even aware, just like how much we catch ourselves like daydreaming or doing different things. Like you can see that, like when you try to observe your thoughts at night, I try to do that, and like sometimes it'll be like this screen and it's like visions of things. It's like this manipulation. It's like, wait, I wake up like, what was that? Like, where is that coming from? And it's like a pointless situation, you know? And it's like we want to become lucid in all these states of consciousness. I think that's the goal in a way.
That's interesting. That's something that I've been experiencing that it's hard to like put into words, but I daydream a lot, especially with the work that I do. And I realize that when I'm daydreaming, I have this I have this separate level of consciousness. And when I catch myself daydreaming and I'm looking at a certain thing, sometimes I will see um, beings, but only because I became conscious of the daydream state. It's like a weird
Oh
altered
my God.
level of consciousness. And if you can catch yourself in that and become conscious in that daydream state, I've seen, I forget what it's called, but when things look um, like abstract things start to look like faces or
Mm,
animals or something. And
that's
many
a
times
yeah.
I've caught like entities appearing through the abstract because of my daydream state. But as soon as I realize it, I'm kicked out of the daydream state and everything returns back to normal.
What
I don't
what
know how
if
to I don't know how to describe it.
what if it's these entities that are supposedly feeding off of us? What if
Yeah.
occasionally we kind of feel them and they kind of, enter into our energetic field and we, like you said, you kind of catch a mental image of them and then they disappear. But these entities that, I claim to have experienced, like, in a slightly different form, meaning people who are apparently being controlled by them. But what you're experiencing, what if that's just another manifestation? And in the dream state, and I think I mentioned this maybe before on another live stream, a lot of people encounter these entities in the dream state when they're in a vulnerable place where it almost seems like we can be psychically attacked. And that's a very common theme. These demonic attacks in the dream state, and sometimes you are fully lucid, but most of the time you're not, and then you kind of wake up and you might forget about it. I think a lot of the time we don't even remember that's what's crazy. A lot of time you just go to sleep and you wake up with no recollection of any of your dreams. But what if we were just being manipulated, almost like a reset every time we fall back asleep, and we don't remember it, and it's, I don't know, it's essentially geared towards preventing our awareness from suspecting or tapping into deeper levels of reality.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, please. I should have lost my thought.
I was gonna say that I've also realized that when I'm in these daydream states, or in a state that is altered by me just thinking and like losing conscious awareness of my surroundings, that I will go really deep into something, and then as soon as I break that spell, so to say, it's like what I was thinking about has been completely wiped from my mind, and I'm just sitting there like, what was I just thinking about? I feel like it was really deep, and then I can't remember what it was.
Yeah. And it's almost like when oh man, that's what I've been doing too. And then it's almost like you break the code of perception too, sometime in that of like that 0.3%. Because sometimes like it's like I'll be walking around at night, like it's late at night when I'm just by myself, winding down. It's like that's when I get my most profound thoughts. It's almost like I'm outside of my body observing myself, like, and I have this whole like I'm not even in this program and all the program in this limited state, And then the other day I saw an entity there in there, like I was in this deep, like out of my body, and I saw an entity there, and then I didn't think much of it, and then I literally saw the binary codes, because I've been drinking a lot of this wormwood tea.
What
And it's
do you
been
mean by
really
the 0.3%?
well. I'm saying like with we only see 0.3% of what's there in our perception.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
So we could, in these states, we're probably possibly maybe manifesting it or other things, but possibly we're breaking the code of perception.
I see. Yeah, I wasn't sure what you're saying.
Yeah. So when he said that was deep right there.
Yeah, it's just like the dream state. When you pass from that world to this world, there's like kind of like what William Bray said to you. There's like what did he say again? When your mind gets wiped, it's like wiping the hard drive almost. Like you can't take that into this reality. It's very hard.
Yep. You said the reason, or yeah, I think I still have that quote pulled up. What did that fucker say? Yeah, no, essentially I think you're right. Yeah, it was something about a hard drive. Our memory, our hard drive is wiped in order that, yeah, so he said humans have a mechanism built in. Reincarnation takes the form of having your hard drive wiped at birth. If this were not so at the moment of birth, your very first breath would be begging to be euthanized.
Oh gosh.
Remembering 500,000 years of horror.
Oh my gosh.
PTSD in the worst possible way.
Yeah, that same hard drive wiping occurs when we access altered states of consciousness in our waking state. I've realized for me with what I was describing, and it's like the same thing with dreams, because I know that you dream every night, you just don't remember it. I remember my dreams a lot, only because I actively try to remember them. But I feel like you do have dreams. You're just not allowed to access it because it's wiped when you come back into this reality. And even when I do remember the dreams, seriously, I'll wake up and I'll remember everything about the dream, and I'll sit there for like 10 minutes. I didn't write them down though, so when I get up 5 minutes later, it's like wiped, completely wiped. Yeah. Even though I was thinking about it for 10 minutes before I got to bed.
Right.
Relating every single detail.
Yep.
And it's crazy.
I have that same experience, and that's pretty much, I think, what happens here. I bet you early on we do have memories of previous lifetimes, or like if not memories, certain sense impressions that we kind of take over from those other lives, and then by like age 4 or 5, they're gone. Similar to waking up from a dream, except it's a little more prolonged, since we're waking up from yet another fucking incarnation. And like you said, you had a client who had a kid who remembered stuff. That's not unheard of. I mean, children remember their past lives, and then by their age 5 or so, beyond that, they forget it. So there is some sort of like an amnesia going on as you're born, and it's strange. So we not only do we forget those other lifetimes, we also, when we get older, we forget those very young years. We don't, I mean, nobody remembers being like an infant or anything, but
That's true.
yeah.
And think about all the mundane seconds, minutes, hours throughout your life that you experienced, yet you don't remember actually.
Yeah. Yeah, we have like a confabulated worldview all the time. We construct our worldview based on like a few pieces of information. Like if I throw out a year and I'm just like 2011, I'm sure you'll conjure up a few images of what you were doing then, but all those mundane days, like you mentioned, we don't remember shit. Very little.
Yeah, but certain things can trigger memories, right? So they're accessible, but they're just not accessible to us
Yeah.
consciously.
Yeah, it's all part of the perception program we're running. We're not meant to have like full awareness. Like what if we did? What if we did remember every single moment? It would be completely different experience. It's like it's programmed that we just forget most shit.
And it's crazy how the further you go from, let's say, like traumatic events,
The less bad it seems.
exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But when you were going through it, it was like complete misery.
Yes.
And then you're so far removed from it, you're like, oh, I guess it wasn't that bad. That's what I feel
Almost
like happens when we
nostalgic.
go
Like,
to the
oh, at
next
least
life.
I felt something. It's like, fuck no, that was terrible.
Yeah. That was kind of exciting, actually. It was kind of thrilling, huh?
Yeah, that's what they want us. That's what they want us to think. Oh, suffering isn't that bad. Just come back in here and you give us our loosh or whatever the fuck. Yeah, no, I relate to that. Like, I don't know.
What's the earliest you remember?
My earliest memory?
Yeah.
I don't even know. Probably 5 or 4 or something.
So let me ask you a question. So when you think back on those days, do you see yourself from an outside perspective, or do you see you as experiencing it? Because for me, I see me from like an outsider's view, like looking down.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's more outside, so it's probably confabulated. So probably
Heather,
like a memory I know isn't confabulated. We're talking quite a bit older. Like maybe like that's like a first person memory, maybe like 8 or 9 or something. That I can definitively say, like, because like you said, I do have like early memories, but I almost wonder if that's just from people telling me about events or like looking at pictures or something. So
yeah, it gets weird. Heather, thanks for joining. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to hang out with you, everyone.
Hey, Heather.
Hey, Ian.
hey,
Can I leave? Hey, Phil. Hey, Joshua. Can I leave my mic on mic'd? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Anything
great.
you want to share or anything?
So yeah, we're talking about like vaguely remember. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like what people tell me, because I always feel like I have this memory of sitting in the kitchen sink at my grandparents' house taking a bath. So I was small enough to be in the sink, and there was like a blue block that I was playing with. So I think I remember like the like looking at the block, splashing in the water, like the so I must have been really little. And I don't know if somebody told me about that. So yeah, it's curious, but I don't remember much about like early babyhood. But yeah, and then there's some things that can bring our memory back. So it's interesting. I wonder, like Ian, you said recently you were having rosemary, right? So rosemary is said to on your stream that you were doing last night. I remember you saying that about rosemary. Rosemary has the capacity to apparently like bring back, I don't know how it works, but like 75% more memory than you were able to access before you like inhaled the aroma of the rosemary. Has some sort of compound that affects the memory. That's all I want to say.
Wow. That's yeah, I was reading a little bit about that when we were live too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was also
Yeah, no,
interesting.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I started drinking wormwood tea and
Mhm.
I astral projected. Um it did some interesting things and I've been every night or for a couple of weeks I was drinking it at night and it was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. I love wormwood, the herb. And Joshua, I liked what you said about not being able to go into the dream lucid. So I find myself doing the same kind of thing that you were saying when I'm trying to remain lucid through all the transitions and going to sleep. It's like it's so hard to do that. And then I arrive in the middle of the dream and I'm like I become aware like while I'm in the middle of some doing something or being in a scene, like it makes me feel uncomfortable. And then usually when I become lucid in the dream, then I just leave because I don't want to be there. But yeah.
Yeah. Hey, exit stage left. What's up?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I just joined. I don't really know where you guys are at in the convo, so I don't want to disrupt the flow or anything. But yeah, if I see where you guys are at, maybe I'll jump in.
Okay, cool. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so I have this theory, and people talked about it, that we kind of we're like NPCs as kids, right? So at some point we kind of moved into this body, and perhaps the memories of our childhood, we can only see it from an outside perspective because we weren't actually experiencing it. So we just have the memories of the avatar, so to say.
That's crazy, Joshua. I've thought about that. Yeah, like our spirit did kind of like it's a process where we kind of blended our energy with this physical body. And there was a point in our that's crazy. I haven't articulated it in those terms, but I guess I have kind of thought about that. Like we pretty much were NPCs as kids. And like this awareness of all this stuff came upon us, and with the vast majority of people it simply didn't. They're still NPCs and they don't even know it. I
Sometimes
don't
I
know.
feel like I have brain damage because I mean I've had a lot of accidents in my childhood in my life, like hit my head a lot, a lot. And I think because of the trauma and like the different accidents and injuries that I've had, kind of have allowed me to not fully become normalized here. Like, because I think the brain like really limits a lot of potential to be able to access these other states of consciousness and then have deeper realizations. So, by design. and all the programming and everything, but like it just didn't happen for me. So I just never have been able to be programmed since I was little. So I really relate to what you just said there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know. It's really strange to kind of just think about how we don't, at least me, like I was just telling Joshua, I don't remember much, and a lot of those memories seem to be confabulated, if I'm being completely honest. So I couldn't pinpoint exactly where I become totally conscious, but yeah, I don't know if I could regard like my infant self as, you know, it's almost like a different person. And like you're saying, like our awareness gradually blends with the body program, and when that occurs, I don't really know. Because think about it, like if you think you became aware, as you were growing in the womb or whatever, like that was the emergence of your awareness. That's kind of crazy. Like that's probably not the case. Like our awareness did not grow with the physical brain. So at what point did we merge with this body vessel? And some people say, "Oh, it was definitely in the womb." It was definitely, well, really? Like none of us know. None of us have like any memory of that. So at what point did our emerge or our awareness emerge or merge with the body? Who knows?
Sensor one, what are your thoughts?
Hey, before I talk, can you hear me? Am I too loud, too quiet?
You're
Yeah, I
good.
can.
Okay. So some kids remember who they were, but by the age of 5, most, if not all of them, acclimated to this soul trap prison planet.
Yeah, I can see that. So what is your opinion then?
Well, that's what I've come to conclude based on the stories I've heard and the people I've interacted with. Well, first of all, it's nice to finally interact with you, Joshua, for the first time.
Yeah, welcome.
So
Woohoo!
I'm a little how to say, like your heart is beating fast, but then you have to pretend to be calm. So that's kind of where I am right
Yeah.
now. So I'm gonna sound a little weird, but I'm just like kind of excited, but I have to act cool. Okay. So I was quite content to listen on the background, but lucid dreaming was brought up. It got good, and I felt like sharing what I have experienced. But I'm not gonna derange this topic, so you
No,
guys
please,
continue. Yeah.
tell us what you experienced. I'm curious.
Um. So it happened every now and then, right? Lucid dreaming. It's kind of but thanks to this amazing individual, of course, not everything that the people who are trying to explore this got it right. We probably don't get it all right as well. But I was listening to this guy. I dare not say his name because if I were to how do I say this? If I were to put words in his mouth, then I would basically defame him. So I need to double check whether this is really from him. So I'm not going to say the name for now. But apparently, there's two ways to temporarily get out of this body, which is basically the prison. The first way is either meditation or what is that thing you do? Sleep paralysis. And then somehow you kind of roll out of it. The other way is lucid dreaming. When you realize that you are dreaming, that's where you are able to break free from that, which is what you mentioned, Joshua. Like you were talking about how even when you're dreaming, there is a state of there's still a state of being drunk. Like, you could be dreaming and you are taking, instead of using a fork to eat pasta, you are taking, like, I don't know, a giant pig or a giant cow, and it's totally normal to you, right? Um so what I was saying. So okay, so anyway, I realized I was lucid dreaming. And then I got excited. I was like, okay, this is it. This is the chance for me to access the real world. I got super excited. And then different people have different way to control their reality. Some people want to use think of themselves as mage, so they use cast spell and whatever. For me, I use technology. So I simply say, computer, remove all life form. And when I do that, all the life forms in my dream literally disappears. And okay, that's good. Computer, access the void. And then I momentarily, at least I remember, I kind of got there, I think, a little bit. But then immediately I got back into a haze, a sort of haze, which is a secondary dream. Like you wake up from a dream, you thought you wake up, and then you realize you are still in a dream, and then it just goes on. And how to say it? It's only when you finally wake up back here in this prison planet, that you realize, oh, that was 3 layers of dream. But when I was in that lucid dream, and I thought I wake up to the real world, or at least the void, where you're in creator mode, I got back into a second layer dream, which I didn't realize. And what disturbed me was this. And after this, I will just mute my call for the time being, because I want to hear your opinion. I got into this second layer dream. I got back into a haze. And the next thing I know, I was being kidnapped. I was trapped in a wooden, I don't know what I would just say trap, because I couldn't really describe the capture device without drawing it out. And the next thing I knew, I was made to sign a contract. And I remember that they coerced me to sign the contract by saying to me that, look, everyone that you have loved have signed this contract. It's for their own good. It's for your good. We have your good at heart. And I remember I was not ready for the, it's not like, if it's love bombing, I could get it, because I, like hearing all this thing, I kind of I mentally got ready for it. But it's not even love bombing. It's something else. It's like trust bombing or something. I just trust them. And I signed that contract purely on the basis that everyone who cared about me, everyone who loved me, my family members or whatever, had signed the contract. And the minute I signed the contract, I woke up back to this soul trap prison planet. And when I woke up, I was so disturbed by what happened that I immediately shouted, I hereby nullify that contract. I did not consent to this. I don't have the clear terms and agreements. So it kind of disturbed me, like, I think for the past 1 week now. Yeah, the coercion is strong. Seriously, like I'm not gonna care if they would have guilt trip me on that contract. I didn't get to read the what is that little print on the bottom. I nullify it. I'm not gonna be guilt tripped into it. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna mute myself. Thank you for my boring rant.
That was profound. I just want to say, like, that was mind blowing. I just want to say that.
Yeah, it was not boring. Hey, just real quick, do you remember the contract and what you signed and what it said?
No, that's the thing. No, I don't know. It's very disturbing.
So was it like you signed it with your name, like it was a piece of paper, or like how did it work?
Oh, that's a good question. How do I sign it? It is like a consciousness imprint. I don't remember having to put in your fingerprint and all this. Those are all projections anyway. Like you're not really holding a pen. You're not really putting your fingernail It's all an illusion anyway. It's a consciousness imprint. My fear is that it will be used against me. Like, you signed it. Sort of like, it reminds me of those people that have been trafficked. They got into some kind of contract and their passport was kept, and they say that you owe a huge amount of money to the madam or whoever that trafficked you, and you have to pay off your debt before you could be freed. It reminds me of that we are here and we have been given this notion that we owe a huge debt to something because of some horrible thing that we have done or some contract, and it's never payable. Because the whole thing is just a scam. But people can't leave because of the guilt that they feel. The moral, whatever little moral system that we have, is used to trap us here. That's how insidious I felt it is. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's kind of like I experienced not something like that, but I was in a I explained it before, but I was sleeping and I had been talking to some entity that was physically present with me, but I wasn't conscious of what I was saying, but I just knew that I was talking to it and it was talking back to me. And I became conscious of it. And I realized I had been making some kind of agreement with this thing. And when it realized that I had become fully conscious and I had my critical mind intact, it got extremely agitated with me because in the state I was in before, I was more accepting and willing to do whatever it was saying because I was in some kind of trance or something. And I feel like that may be what what's happening in the dream state when you sign that thing, but you weren't actually critically aware. That's why when you woke up, you're like, oh no, why did I do that?
Yeah. You got it. So did you sign it? Or you got awake and he got annoyed and nothing got carried out?
I have no idea what was being said. All I know is I was talking to it in like a trance-like state, and then I became aware that I was talking to something, and then it knew I was aware at that point, and then it got agitated, and it
So the speaking quietly on the side of your ear, brainwashing,
yeah, it was
coercion,
kind of
doesn't work
like
anymore.
sweet little whispers. Yeah.
Oh
like,
my god.
And I was
It's like a loophole in the system for us to consent to things. In these layers where we're not fully aware, and then we make consent. It's like, well, you consented to this. It's like, I
Yeah.
wouldn't consent to that, but we're in these altered
Yeah.
states and these different things. That's where it's like they gone beyond consent and our free will, but there's still kind of a law in a way, so they have us consent under manipulation. You know what I mean? And that's the loophole in this system for us to actually consent to it. But you didn't really. It's still like, but you
I would
did.
imagine that there is hopefully a greater power. Like, for example, those people that have been trafficked and then they got into some bogus contract and they're forever owning their madam huge amount of money. Like, maybe there's some bigger. I don't even want to use that word. Okay, only for Earth. There's some bigger authority that catch the lesser evil and say, first of all, it's illegal, and they hereby nullify all the trafficker, the people who have been trafficked, all their contract nullified. I kind of hope that there is like a greater power that kind of would tell us, like, look, it's all a scam. You guys can nullify that contract. You don't owe shit. But then again, the very idea of a greater authority is just another trap. Like, we have to stop this nonsense.
I had a similar experience a couple weeks ago regarding waking up in the middle of dreams and in the middle of circumstances and entering into some sort of situation that I didn't agree to and I would never agree to, like if I had the choice, So it was a couple weeks ago, I was having this string of dreams, and I was noticing that when I would wake up in the morning, or I mean, wake up in the, I'd wake up in the dream actually, and I would be like, what is going on here? I don't know who this person is. I do not agree with what's going on here. It was like sexual. Like I felt like I was being taken advantage of in in the astral realm while I was unconscious. And so I woke up in the reality of the day, of the day-to-day life, whatever. And I said, okay, that's I don't agree to that. That's never going to happen again. And I'm just going to make this like proclamation, and I do that before I go to sleep now, and I just like say, I'm not going to enter into any agreements, situations, circumstances, contracts, anything, unless I'm fully conscious and aware of what's going on. And it hasn't happened. My dreams have totally shifted to a different style, like more of like what I would create for myself, not like being taken advantage of. So I don't think that there's a higher authority that you can ask, like that I personally would ask for help with that. I just have to like muster up all the courage and determination and willpower within myself to bypass any of those little doubts or fears that I might be like, oh no, am I being too assertive because I'm within this system and I'm supposed to be submissive? But it's like, no, bypass
Oh, can I
all.
respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I'm gonna steal your idea, which is, with your consent, of course. I'm not gonna enter into any agreement until I am fully conscious.
Go for
I
it.
need
You
that.
got it.
I need that. I need
You
that.
did it.
And then, oh, sorry, I'm so excited by what you said just now. I forgot what did you say again? Oh, shit. I'm gonna mute
Yeah,
myself
you
again.
just said it. Yeah. I don't consent or agree to enter into any circumstance, contract, situation, agreement unless I'm fully conscious of, and aware and lucid.
That's it. That's it. And know that you can do that too. Not just like, can this work for me? You got to step into that and know that that's the case too. You got to really, that's
Yeah.
deep.
Anyway, I want to thank you for sharing that experience because, as you know, that contract thing only happened about a week ago. So when you share that experience with me, Heather, yeah, because it's so close, it's still close. So it's good to know I'm not alone in this coercion or this manipulation. So thanks for that.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Yeah, I'm glad we're able to. Thank you, Joshua, for organizing this, and to anyone
Yeah.
else who has streams, where we can come together, and Ian, that where we can all come together and encourage each other, support each other in this.
Yes. Thank you, Joshua.
Yeah. Much appreciation for this, man.
Oh, okay. Since it's kind of silence for now, I'm just gonna ask this. Okay. Sometimes I wonder what woke us up, and
Ooh.
sometimes I like, okay, I look at other people in their life and I go, wow, they they have that in which I wanted so badly, and and many other things as well. And I'm like, you know, have my life worked out even reasonably acceptable? What is that word? Acceptably well, or reasonably acceptably within the approval of society or societal expectations? Well, I don't think I would have woken up because I fit in. I would have played along. And the only reason why I woke up was because of the abuse the childhood abuse and and also the subsequently not fitting in. It not being able to fit in kind of forces me circumstantially to wake up and to see it from an outside perspective. And I wonder, does all of you here, how do you wake up? Is it because something bad happened that you can't fit in, or like did you experience well everything is good, everything is wonderful, and then like you just wake up? Like what woke you up?
For me, this was in me um, all along. Honestly, I don't because a lot of people go through things and they don't, and it makes it worse, or they become their abuser, So I for me, this was in me all along, and I think it was in a lot of us. Because you look out at the world like this is rare, this type of awareness. It's extreme, and everyone's going through all types of things. They don't get to this. This is an extremely rare state of awareness here, you know. So
So are we programmed to wake up inside of here?
it's possible, like they're sending all their thoughts and all their manipulation down to us through, in this system, and there's probably something outside of that, beyond that, on the opposite spectrum, coming in here, and something going on as well on the other side of the fence.
Mm-hmm.
I would think so. And like
I think there
penetrating the
has to be.
system, yeah, has to be.
Yeah, and it feels like, for me at least, it was very seamless. Like my awakening, it's just like nothing was really ever forced for me. Like it all came on a natural progression. It was like everything, just one step led to another. My thinking, my natural inclinations to go deeper on certain things and to look in certain places and to keep digging and searching. It's like that was just so natural for me. It was never, nothing has ever been forced. So it's like, but then it begs the question is, if we were, programmed to wake up, then it just begs the question, the famous question is, did we come in here knowingly? And do we have a part of our being here? I mean, I certainly think we have to have some part in being here, obviously. But, and forgive me if this has already been talked about, but it's like, could we have really been tricked into coming here? I just highly doubt
Or
it. And if, in my opinion, I highly doubt it that we were.
maybe we trick them, just like they trick us.
So within the polarity of whether we choose to be here or we were tricked, I don't, when it comes down to it, I realize I've only have one problem with all of this, and that is I don't remember consenting, and I don't care. For me, it's just for me. I don't care whether some guardian angel or whatever masquerading as whatever it is that I believe at the moment comes to me and tell me how much I chose this, along with the love bombing system that fills the atmosphere that kind of drug me out, going, "Oh, you're so right." Hopefully, I'll be able to overcome it, but I don't know. The only way to know is to kind of train yourself under the environment. I don't know how do we put ourselves in the environment where we are able to train for it, but I don't remember consenting, and the idea that any being comes to me and said, "But you chose it." No, we love you. We love you so much. Don't you feel the feeling of love overcoming you right now? You chose this to blah 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 blah. And I'm like, to me, that's just gaslighting. That, but that's just me. So yeah, I don't remember this. You telling me it is just gaslighting. and no amount of love or guilt tripping you throw on me, it's gonna change the fact that I don't remember consenting.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure we have the answer of how it happened. I definitely don't think that I consented to this so I can enjoy a life and experience of being here. I think if I consented to this, then there's an ulterior purpose for that. What that is, I mean, you can only really speculate, but I think there's, for me at least, and I think it's possible that we all have a different journey and a different path here, and how we all got here is maybe not the same for all of us. Maybe it is different, and if the cosmos is really as large as we can perceive it to be, then it might make sense that we kind of got here in different ways.
Sure, I agree.
I think
Yeah.
for me though, it comes down to, and I've flipped my thinking on this. I don't know, relatively not so long ago, but because I used to think that this was a new age way of thinking, but I think for me, what rings true is that, and at least this is what is heavy on my soul while I'm here in my spirit, but is that whatever is going on here is completely inverse and completely, it's wrong. Like it's something happened. This is not supposed to be reality. Something.
Hey, I'm gonna leave for a while. I'm gonna come back as myself again. I'll log in back in about 30 seconds. I'll be back. Thanks.
I agree with you. Exit stage left. When I was little, and I also don't feel like I had like one, like I didn't wake up like in the middle of my life. I feel like it's like Ian said, I resonate with, I've always been like this. I don't remember ever not being like questioning these things and being aware of more than it seemed that other people were around me in my life as a little one. And I was just looking around like 5, 6 years old, 7 years old, like, what? This is not the way it's,
Yeah.
what am I doing here? This is not right. And get me out of here. And like immediately, I was looking out the window, looking up at the sky, looking everywhere, like, please just come take me back. I don't want to
That's
be
what my
here.
family said about me too when I was a kid, because I don't remember my childhood at all. Like, it's not much anything. My sister remembers all this stuff. Like, I don't remember none of this. That my family would say, you were always, looking up and just separated and not with,
Yeah.
And it's the truth is, if you
Well,
dig deep enough within, you'll get to this point.
yeah. And could it
Like,
be
you
that
will.
we're so, like, this realm is so fake and fabricated innately that our soul can't fit in? And maybe that's like the programming that I was maybe alluding to, is like maybe there is something in us that just can't fit in, and so it's like we don't fit into the box that is trying to contain us naturally. So it's like, and for me it was a progression, and I think for most people it's a progression of something, the awakening, quote unquote, which I don't really even like to use the word awakening either, because the true awakening happens after death. I mean, as far as when the new age will use the term awakening, I mean, that's not how I mean when I say that word, because I don't think we awaken and all of a sudden decide we want to fix or recreate a heaven on earth scenario. So it's like the awakening is realizing that this is not how reality is supposed to be, and for us to realize that we need to get back to what reality is supposed to be, which is not this, and which can never be this.
Doesn't it
Yeah,
kind of
this-
sound like an inversion realm, like kind of almost like this reality is I don't know how else to explain it other than it is like a counterfeit of wherever we came from.
I certainly think it could be some sort of copy. Like maybe a large portion of the makeup of this is based off of something that actually existed.
Yeah, I feel that because there is a part of me that really loves like a part of there's
Mm,
some pure
mhm.
there's a point of purity that I can relate to, that I can still see and still touch in
And
some way.
relate to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we all have that a little bit. I mean, maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody, but in a way, you know, I've always related to, maybe it's just being myself, and the feeling of whatever my spirit is, you know, and being human inside of that, you know, like the mergence of my spirit with this human form. I just don't think I just think the form of the makeup is totally twisted, like even down to this actual vessel, like the vessel seems a bit off.
You know what? We could be projecting the purity of our essence onto things and thinking that's what it is, but it's actually coming from us.
Mm.
Yeah,
I agree.
once we're redefining what spirituality really is, and that's waking up to exactly the circumstances you're really in, not the spiritual meditating, all this nonsense. True spirituality is where we're at right here, waking up to, you know what I mean?
It's just the essence, right? It's just like coming to terms with the essence instead of trying to be something, you just are that, and by being that, I don't think we can necessarily. I mean, we.
So Ian, to talk to your point, I think that's one
I'm
of those
losing
situations where
audio.
if you now that you, I mean, once you know about this, it's almost impossible to unknow this. You can't gaslight yourself back into thinking it's all love and light. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it's impossible. There's like, yeah, exactly. There's no avenue out of this, and I wouldn't want any other way too. It's actually, and you really tap into something amazing. People think we're all depressed and fear mongers and have this perception, but it's like you have this awareness, man. I mean,
Yes.
it's so
Yes.
powerful and amazing, actually.
Yes.
And they think we're miserable, but you know what?
Yes.
I, I'm I feel amazing.
Yes.
I hate
And
this
all your
place and
life.
everything, but it's really empowerment and like I don't know. It's hard to describe, but it's
Do you
amazing.
guys think there's some truth to any of the Christian narratives about, the Garden of Eden? I know the Gnostics talked about this too. I think there's actually a passage in one of the Nag Hammadi texts that was titled "The Imprisonment of Humanity,"
Yeah.
and it essentially goes into detail about how what they refer to as the authorities or the rulers essentially locked human consciousness inside what the Gnostics called the modeled bodies of the authorities. And it's pretty interesting when you consider these texts were literally buried under sand for, 1800 years. And then people found them, I think it was in like 1945 or something, sometime around there.
Maybe
But
it's possible that the reality has to take on a form of truth, and it does that through, you know, in all different avenues. Like there's not, I mean, the Nag Hammadi gets pretty close into explaining, you know, what this is, and obviously then you look in, you know, you can find truth everywhere, really, you know. So it's like the closer you look, though, it's like the more you realize that the reality has to be truthful in a sense, even though it's full of so much deception. And maybe it's just our essence of being here that holds that truth. It's like maybe it's, maybe we are someone said we're projecting this, like maybe we are projecting ourselves in here, which is innately projecting the truth. And whether these stories are true or false, like, I guess it could be debated, right? But I don't know, I go back and forth. Like, I pretty much fall under, though, it doesn't really matter anyways if they are based off of something or not. And I think it becomes a distraction at the end of the day. Obviously it's fun to theorize and stuff, but I see too many people getting lost in the stories and trying to believe which stories are right and which stories are not right. Like, at
Yeah,
some
I
point they
agree.
just become a distraction,
Hmm.
especially go on.
Sorry.
No, you
So
go.
because we're talking about like stories of the past could kind of we could get caught up in it. So maybe we can also focus on the present, which is many near-death experiences mention that once they left their body, they have 360-degree vision and can access the thoughts and emotions of those they focus on immediately. So in that sense, the physical body seems to be an isolation chamber or prison, which is kind of similar to what you say about some ancient texts referring to creating this.
That's exactly what the Gnostics were saying, too.
So much misunderstanding among the humankind that give rise to wars and pettiness, jealousy, and all that. None of that would have been a problem if we know exactly how the other soul felt immediately. It will be resolved immediately. What's with all this? If it's a game, I don't remember consenting.
Yeah, if there is like, I think it's called like the pleroma. Is that like the real world? And then this is a copy
Yeah.
begotten from the
Yeah, it's a GitHub pull.
demiurge.
Yeah, a GitHub copy, a clone. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like my mind is visualizing like a system like an enclosed system like a terrarium or something with these frequency fields that are kind of holding things in place somehow. And then there's this goal to put in the terrarium like a fish tank, like these pure essence soul sparks from the original place to see if they can survive in this like copied terrarium that has, since it's a copy, it has infidelity, so it's got these glitches because a copy can't be the pure copy. It's going to have some sort of fragmentation or some, you know what I mean? So
Maybe
I mean,
death is the glitch.
yeah.
Like
And we can't survive in here, does it? Because it's like we want to vibe because it doesn't there's like a discord. There's a
I just want to add to that. If death is the glitch, then maybe the whole soul trap thing, that the whole guardian angel guilt tripping and gaslighting you back here, that's the patch.
Exactly. So, yeah, something weird like that going on.
I wonder if you come onto this awareness if you still go through the whole guilt tripping whole scenario, or if it's just your awareness has risen above that, quote unquote.
Oh, that's a very good question. I woke up to this because of very intense guilt tripping and gaslighting that I felt from people close to me my whole life. And because of that, I was forced. I don't want to know this because my life would have been so much better if I don't know about this. But I have been forced to recognize what is gaslighting and what is guilt tripping through personal experiences my whole life. And because of that, I'm able to identify it immediately And when I start to hear about the whole, you chose to come here, you just don't remember. It's for your own good. Like, when I start to hear about all this, I'm like, yep, very familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't necessarily throw the baby with the bathwater out with that, because, like, I guess I was trying to explain earlier, is it possible that we came here for one last attempt to really shut this down with everybody? Like, we're all in here speaking right now. Like, is it possible that there was some purpose that we needed to come here to just end this for good? I mean,
Okay,
it's sort of
this
something I go back and
The
forth
final
with,
judgment.
and okay, someone else want to speak, so I'll mute myself.
Oh no, I was just saying the one word phrase. It's kind of like the final judgment, like the final separation. I'm not saying that's what's going on. I was just kind of
right?
just throwing that out there, but it's like, I mean, it is final. If there is some truth to that narrative, there some of us, some percentage of human awareness is getting out, so to speak, and then the perpetrators are going to be dealt with. Who knows?
Well, I think this whole thing is running off of our energy anyways. I mean, it's not even
100% agree.
egotistical. It's just the way it's set up, it's pretty obvious that they need to excrete energy from us.
Lush, yeah. I want to respond to anti-freeze. I hear you I see you in the chat. I feel you too. So I hope yours could be resolved. For me, it's someone close, so I don't know how to deal with it. Okay, anyway, so let's not talk about that. Too personal. So exit stage left. You were talking about how we come here to try to resolve this. I kind of have to. I have what is that term? A neck to pick with you, or what is the vernacular? What is the, I don't know.
A
A neck
bone
to
to
pick
pick.
with you.
Yeah, bound to pick. Yeah.
Okay. So I've listened to all those like NDEs, and they're like, we come from the great light and whatever bull fucking shit. And we are here to reincarnate here to try to save the world, or try to fix this world. And I'm like, okay, and this is just me, okay? I'm like, girl, you don't fix the problem by coming here to add to the problem. If you don't like a game in Steam, you don't buy that game and play it. Okay? You don't buy the game. People that come here and say, I'm gonna come here to be abused, so that I will be able to help those who were abused. And then I'm like, okay, bitch. So those people that you're coming to help who were abused, why did they choose to come here to be abused? And then I'm gonna go and ask one of them. Excuse me. So you were abused, right? Yes. So that person reincarnated here from the light to help you because you were abused, and they are here to help you. So can I ask you why you were abused? Oh, I was abused because I come here to learn how to be abused, to feel to be abused, so that I can help those who are abused. Well, hold on. So if everybody come down here to be abused, to save those who are abused, who is the very first MF that came here willingly chose to be abused just to be abused? Like it's turtle
what
all the
about
way
the
down.
abuser? What about the abuser? What a cop out for them.
Yeah, it's just I'm so done with this gaslighting.
God expands through your suffering. Some bullshit. Bullshit.
So the abuser
excuse
gets a
probably
cop
along
out.
those
This
lines.
is that's the ridiculous thing. There's agreements being made. Who's agreeing to abuse the person? It's
Yeah.
disgusting. It's so
Yeah.
when you really break it down in depth and get deep on it, it falls apart, the narrative, every time.
Yes. Yeah. And once you see it again, you cannot
But-
unsee it.
So then we have to look at the opposite of that then, right? So does that mean that we were tricked and coerced? Because I also don't believe that narrative.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Trick and
I
coerce.
think they just
Again, the
hijack their
kindness.
perception.
the
I think
kindness.
it's some sort of technology.
Well, let me say this, because like I thought in the beginning, we're in the in-between state. When we came here, we were connected to the cloud to come here. We're on the way to be connected to the cloud. When you're connected to the cloud, you can't be trusted. You're going to make agreements, and that oneness, pure love, is going to get you at the school. You're dealing with an astral mind wipe. So that astral you, that spiritual you that came in here, that connected to the cloud, can't be trusted. The you that's going to connect to the cloud can't be trusted. So you got to claim your sovereignty. You know what I'm saying? Like that
So,
other
what you're
you.
saying is when we connect to the cloud, we temporarily lose our individuality because we are trying to sort ourselves out from the cloud, and it takes a while for us to reintegrate back to who we are. And it is at that stage where they
That's
coerce
the
us.
loophole in the
But
system of
the
consent.
cloud is inside of the
Yeah.
matrix, though. Like, you had to have entered. Like, I don't think. I mean, the cloud, like the astral and these layers, to me, are just a part of the same system.
Yeah, no, it is, but I mean, it's complicated. But I think as we entered this system, we put on like a matrix astral body. I don't know. I mean, I haven't made up my mind.
You just, I
You know
know
what I
it's all
mean?
speculation, really. I mean, I
But
don't think we necessarily can know while we're inside of it, but it's all
once we came,
worth to be on
when
the
we
table.
when we came in here, we put on an astral body, and then who knows what other bodies we put on as we entered these layers. So we have all these layers of matrix avatars, whether it's a physical or astral, you know what I mean? And in each one, you're like projecting yourself possibly connected to something, you know, like when we came here, Amory Uber breaks it down pretty well that I resonate with as we came into this system. And then we started projecting ourselves from different areas of the layers.
So the question is, during those transitional phase as we connect to different layers, which are the stages where we have full clarity? And which are the stages where we are in a state of haze, where this is where they interject and coerce us? And again, use our kindness and our love against us, you know?
Yeah. For me personally, I don't. It's just my soul or spirit, or whatever. And like I was saying before, like it's possible that it's different for all of us, and we didn't all get here in the same fashion. At least what
Yeah.
resonates with me is that I don't think my spirit could have gotten coerced. Like, I just feel like with the power that it seems like we possess, considering that we're most likely powering this entire thing, like how would I have gotten coerced to begin with? Like, and that's
Then I have a question to you that will immediate, because that is what I was thinking of. So I was like, okay, you're telling me that I'm God, and all this. Okay, so my question to you is this, and again, I don't know. I'm also just as confused as you. If we have all that power, I only have one request right now, just one, not any. Give me a bunch of money and stuff. No, just one request. I command and demand to know whether I chose or consent to this. I want all my memories back right now. It's not happening. So because of this, I felt like something is wrong.
entirely. I mean, this whole thing is
That's deep.
That's all I ask.
Yeah.
I want to remember
I mean-
consenting to this, and I'm not going to accept gaslighting. Like you did. You just don't remember you did. No, don't give me that bullshit. That's gaslighting.
Well, I don't think you can look to anywhere but inside of yourself for the truth. Like the moment you ask outwards or trying to get an answer from somebody or something, you've already set yourself up, because I mean, anything outside of you, especially in here, is, entirely, I guess, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's just like you can't trust anything inside of here. The only thing that you can come to trust is the fact that you seem to be alive, experiencing, this character, and, yet there's a piece of you that feels like it's deeper than this entire existence. And that is the only thing, is that you can, you know that you have you.
In that regard, I am in a weaker position compared to you, because I somewhat I hate to admit this, but I still believe that my memory of consenting or being forced here has been taken away from me. And yeah, but in your case, you believe it's the answer is within, and you could find it from within. So I guess your position is that of strength. So good for you. But I couldn't help feeling what I felt. Like, who's the MF that took that memory from me? I don't
No,
remember
who knows?
accepting
Who knows?
this.
When we came in the system, maybe we knew what we were doing, and then as we navigate through it, we're all going to be going through these programs and have to, go through this and consenting to different things. But it's different than many others, though. Like the intent coming in and how maybe we came in here something within that they couldn't read within us that that's going to come out later as we navigate this realm.
Yeah,
So,
I
but I don't
resonate.
think I think all of us were connected to this to be here and did consent to things on some level at least, you know what I mean, to things that we wouldn't agree to now.
Right, because
And
we're
that's
not
like a
victims.
part of the game.
We're definitely not victims. I mean, that's the last thing that I resonate with is feeling like I'm helpless and that someone did this to me. It's just not the mind state that naturally comes to be with inside of me.
I've been thinking about this as you guys are talking, and from my own perspective, I feel like, okay, so I'm able to tap into parts of myself that are outside of this life incarnation experience that I'm having as Heather the human. Like, I feel like
Wow.
I'm able to communicate or tap into or have some sort of like resource where the whatever I feel, so I don't feel like I'm just this life, right? So I feel like there's more outside of this life incarnation for me. So I don't think that I was just like created. I'm sorry, exit stage left. I have a hard time talking when I'm hearing noises in
Oh,
the
I can
background.
mute. Yeah, my
Thank
bad.
you. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, I don't feel like I was just like created as a part of this, like I bubbled up and I'm just this life. Like I feel like there's more to myself outside of it. Okay. So then I feel like I have information that's outside of this life as well that I can like tap into a pattern of my experience outside of this information from this life. So I'm like, okay, what is the coding, the underlying patterning that happens that I feel? So I feel like I enter into things because I'm curious, because I want to be helpful, because I feel like I have a lot of like joy and love that I want to share. And then I seem to get myself into situations that maybe the ingredients of that recipe of what I'm entering aren't actually like I'm not familiar with them, and then I get myself kind of like into trouble. So I got myself here somehow into this realm, in this experience. And as much as I want to integrate those things that I love, curiosity, love, nurturing, support, encouragement, all that, I'm in this system that has like apparently parasitic, narcissistic suffering as its part of its coding. And I got myself like, I'm in this now. Like, I'm stuck in a glue trap. I feel like I'm stuck in a glue trap and I have to experience the rest of my life in this system until I'm out of it. And then hope, I really pray, wish, hope, declare that I can return without being so traumatized and scathed by this experience and still go back to my original pure state that I know that I came in here with.
Yeah, I also felt like I wonder I mean, the traumatization that happened here. How do you undo the traumatization? I mean, it's almost ironic that perhaps the only way is a memory wipe, but it is that very memory wipe that caused you to once again forget how traumatizing this place is, and in a state of curiosity, you go back in again. It's like you can't forget, just only so that you won't come back here again.
Well, so you have a memory of being memory wiped at birth?
Sorry, who are you talking to?
Oh, yeah. I forget. Let's see. What's your name? I'm sorry. I forgot what. Yeah.
Is it Heather?
What's your name, bud?
No, I think he's asking you, Bracer.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Because I remember you were saying earlier. Do you have a core memory of being memory wiped like before this, or was that?
No. No.
Mm.
And if I said that in some way,
Oh no, I think
yeah.
maybe I read into that. Well, some people do.
I
I
was
have
simply
heard that.
saying that it could be that we were some of it is possible or imagined that we could be so traumatized that the only way to resolve this is a complete memory wipe. N- not because oh, I want to try it again, like oh, I want to watch that movie like the first time I watched it. No, but because it is so traumatizing. Because I'm currently I was reading Robert Monroe's book Far Journeys, and yeah, he mentioned that some of the rings around the immediate Earth are souls that are trapped in a state of mind, and they're trapped in their trauma. They couldn't escape. It's like a mom who lost her baby, and she's like holding on to herself and rocking back and forth, saying, "Where's my kid? Where's my kid? Where's my kid?" Like it's just trapped there. And the only way to resolve this is, I mean, different souls deal with trauma differently. Like it almost seems like the only way is a memory wipe, but the memory wipe would cause us to want to come back because we don't remember how terrible it is.
I don't feel like I would need a memory wipe to continue on. Like I don't know, because I'm just going off of my experience that I remember here in this life, but I've had a lot of trauma and it's really really bad. And I don't I'm not the trauma right now. I don't want more trauma. But I feel like I'm still able to access that purity and that love and that essence that I know that I am. That's like I'm not going to let anything take that away, and I don't need to be mind wiped. I think what it does is it gives me, if I had to say something about it, is that it gives me a depth of a depth like it makes it's so profound and so deep. I know that I can access those depths without having to have gone through trauma or witnessed trauma or whatever. um I don't know, it's hard, it's really hard to describe what I'm trying to describe right now.
I hear you. I think you described it perfectly.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks.
I think the memory wipe is a function of this realm or reality or existence, and it's certainly something that should be. Um, let's see if I can't really think of my words today, but basically just annihilated. Like that should never a memory wipe should not be a thing, especially with what you were saying earlier. Like if we consented to a memory wipe, then it should be a function where if we can decide when if we want to remember again. So obviously
Yeah.
that's the case, but So I think, I mean, that's why, you know, my username is exit stage left. I mean, I think we have to get to a point where we are comfortable with the understanding that we have to leave here. Like we have to go. I don't think we can desire to want to be here. So in a way, the feelings that we have is somewhat of a blessing. Like it's like kind of like a blessing in disguise, where it's like, well, it's for the best that we don't fit in here and that we don't, you know, resonate with this existence. And I think when we're in our power, by the time we leave, whenever that is, if it's upon what we call death, or, you know, who knows, but, you know, I think our awareness will, you know, if it's at the level of basically what it is in this conversation of just questioning everything, and you know, just not taking something just because someone says it's the way, or it's, you know, just because someone tells you. I mean, it's really like a true knowing and understanding inside yourself. And I think when you're in that power, that sovereignty, I think we'll eventually just leave. I mean, whatever this matrix is, and it's very layered, clearly, because we have the astral, so we know it's a layered, you know, prism.
So
But
you're saying a complete non-integration would lead to disconnection from this place.
oh, completely. I mean, I think that's the only thing that really resonates with me. I mean, truly.
So I have a evil question to ask you. You don't have to answer the details.
Hmm.
You lived quite a life. I don't know how old you are, but do you think only you know yourself, nobody else knows your desire? Do you think is assuming the Akashic record the Akashic record does record everything and have full details of your emotions and everything that you think, what you do, everything. Do you think that there is a desire within you that the database could conjure up and say to you, here, we have collected the data and realized that this is exactly what you wanted all along. All your life points to that. We're going to give you a full life of that. You want to come back? Do you think that there's any desire that can hook you back?
No,
Honestly.
I mean, no, I really don't. I'm at a point with other beings, especially just knowing what I know here, is like it's whatever is my path is inside of me, and it's innate. It's not something that someone can try to, you know, persuade me to do. Like I'm not sure where I'm going. I just know that wherever it is that wherever I'm going is the path that is gonna happen naturally. Like I'm not gonna set my sights on going anywhere when, you know, when I awaken from this experience. Like I plan to have no really objective or expectation at all. And I'm certainly not going to, you know, go somewhere just because someone says I should go there.
How about the gaslighting after this? Are you ready? The whole, oh look, welcome back.
I really
You're currently
wish
at this level in your
I really
spiritual.
wish someone would try me, to be honest. I wish someone will try me. Like I really want, like I don't
Oh
necessarily want to,
look,
but I'm
you,
curious. Like I
you
want
are
to
at.
be able to have a conversation with these motherfuckers for real.
And they're like, you are at this level. Don't you want to transcend to the next level? With 50 more spiritual points, you will be able to redeem this point and this item. Isn't that awesome?
Well,
Now all you have to do is
you
get
gotta
reincarnated.
understand though, is they know us just almost just as good as we know us. So it's like I think everyone's script is gonna be a little bit.
True, true. And they have access to the Akashic record, the complete database. So,
But their technology is not 100%. The mind wipe's not 100%. We're dealing with pieces of garbage, and we have a lot of capabilities. And look at what we're doing here. You know, something big's going on, and a lot of people don't want to admit it, but we have our individual journey, but there's also a collective journey here, and there's a lot of connections happening
Mm-hmm.
right now, and something powerful is going on. You know what I mean? And
Simulation is collapsing.
yeah, I mean this thing's got to go down. I know we have the Get Out thing, and I'm on the Get Out for sure. I want to get the fuck out of here, but
100.
there's something else happening here too. Like
Then you have to make sure that no desire could hook you back, because honestly, sometimes I think there is this one desire that I want that could hook me back. So I kind of have to make sure that my number one priority is my freedom away from this prison planet. All other priorities are rescinded, and I hope I will be successful. Do you have anything that will hook you back, honestly? Like even a little bit?
Me? That will hook me back in here?
Yes, you. We Are Awake TV. Yeah. Do you think
Yeah,
there's
I think
anything that could hook
exactly.
you
I
back?
think I hooked myself in for this purpose here, to step into this awareness and what we're doing here, honestly.
Collapsing it.
I-
Yeah, I mean that's what
So
I
I
think.
think that's how we got here. We hooked ourselves in. I think there's something else going on here with us. Outside of, I mean,
So,
like he said, it's a mixed bag of things. We don't know who's who or what. A mixed bag of beginnings, a mixed bags of how we entered here or why or where we
Mhm.
came from. It's just a big thing. But I think that, I don't know, people like this on this level, it's like a super deep resonating. I can't describe, that's beyond just normal
but
stuff.
what if they convince? First of all, you have to submit to the authority. You have to accept that it is an authority, assuming that you did, because no, who knows what kind of
Right.
gaslighting goes on. And if they tell you, "Hey, look, you are so close. You have reincarnated 967 times. Look at all your life review. You are so close. You left 2 more points, and you could get that mansion in heaven. That is so awesome. You see that? That mansion is layered with gold and your favorite sports car. You just have to reincarnate again and be abused about 62 times. Just 62 times. And then you come back. You can have all this. Mwah, everything that you wanted.
Oh my god.
Would you come down again?
No.
You're awesome. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, I imagine I get visuals, like when I hear you guys talking, I get all these visuals, and what you were just saying, Ian, about coming back in here to, and that something's going on, and everybody agreeing, exit stage left, agreeing something's happening. I visualize like this satellite dish that's got this like laser pointed, or some kind of dish that's pointed down to the ground with the focus on the material, right? And then imagine that's humanity. And so the more of us that have our awareness not focused on this realm, but focused outside of it, we are slowly tilting that satellite to go into a different direction, which will then like basically burn a hole in the whole thing.
Yeah, like we're creating an exit point ourselves, and we got to step into that. Like
So,
maybe
Heather,
we could. No, we need to like step into that. Like even if it wasn't my purpose, I am creating that for myself and retroactively putting that purpose into past, present, and future of my existence here and what I'm doing. Like that's what I'm trying to step into.
So, Heather, you were talking about having to put your focus on somewhere else other than here. That's where you'll be able to get out. So, when I was doing the whole the hemi sync thing, and I was experiencing somewhat leaving my body, no proof, it could be all in my head. I realized that because of the memory wipe, everything that I know is from here. So everything that I choose to focus, any ideology is from here. So where else can I go other than here? So
I
I'm
think
like,
there's a separate place to go within yourself. Maybe you haven't accessed it yet, but I feel like I have a connection point to outside of this life incarnation. So I don't know if that's if you've experienced that, or if anyone else has experienced that too. So, but I do.
that would be so wonderful if I get to have an inkling of that in which
It's
you're
like that
talking about.
innate, like the gnosis point that it feels like.
So you always have that connection throughout your life, or
Yeah.
okay.
Or
Then
maybe I
that means
just
you have a way
didn't
out.
I didn't cover it up or something. You know, maybe it's just always there, but I just didn't cover it up.
My solution to this is I literally have to create a world of my own that it's not part of this world and put my focus there.
Yeah, that's a really great idea.
But you seems to have something that comes with you, huh? Like you don't have to create it; it's with you all the while.
I've heard other people talk about it too. Just that inner, like, I don't know how to describe it for anybody else, but I think I've heard other people talking about it too. Everybody here too, I think. I don't know, I can only speak for myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of hard to describe. It's not really anything that you have to go. I think once you deprogram, at least for me, once I've deprogrammed myself enough, it's sort of just like the thing that remains. You know, it's just,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily something like I go out seeking or searching for. It's just, you know, it's just there, you know, and I think, I mean, I'm positive that you have it as well, and I'm sorry I keep forgetting your username, but I'm sure of it because I just from hearing how you're speaking, it's pretty evident that you have this innate energy and this innate gnosis and this innate, you know, yearning. I mean, you're able to think outside of the box, which, you know, at least to me, shows that you have this innate, um, whatever it is, spirit or energy, and it's just the thing that remains when we don't have this character and this vessel and this projection.
Yeah, it takes daily effort to remind yourself that you are not this body that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
It's a
for
lot
sure.
of work, okay?
No, it
We-
is, and especially because we have this script that's always upon us.
I gotta hop off, everybody, but it was great listening and chatting. So
Hey,
Thank
Philosophy
you.
Vids, thanks for joining, man.
yep, no
Yeah,
problem.
thank
Yeah,
My
you.
I
pleasure,
didn't want to
bro.
interrupt. I was listening, but I was getting ready for bed the whole time because I have to get up early. But
Yeah,
great conversation.
Yes.
Jack, Bracer, Jack, you're awesome. Exit stage left, you're awesome. Ian, you're awesome. Heather, you're awesome. Philosophy Vids, you're awesome. And everyone else,
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, Josh,
Thank
thank you
Appreciate
you.
for
everybody.
having this.
Yeah. Thank you for making this happen.
of course.
Thanks
Yeah,
everybody. This was really great. Thank
I'll
you.
definitely be coming back again. Amazing. Later, everyone.
awesome.
Yeah,
Everyone
that's
have
nice.
try to
Every
have a
we really should.
lucid. Try to have
We
a
really
lucid night tonight when you dream. And don't forget, all is love. It's all love.
It's all love.
It's all love. It's all for your good and your benefit. Once you suffer a little more, because we love you so much. We love to see you cry. Sick. Huh? Oh, well, thanks, guys, girls.
Josh, thank you, bro. Like this is a really beautiful thing that you got going.
Yeah. And to some of the people who try to talk to me on the chat, I tried to join, but I couldn't. I do not know why. So yep. Sorry for that.
Well, again, thanks for all your insights, your wisdoms, and for sharing your experiences.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
all you in the chat, thanks. Awesome. Hey, Fish, thanks for listening in. I'm not gonna play my organ this time. Don't worry. I have to go to bed. Awesome. Well, y'all try to make the best of what you got, because because ain't looking too good. But I guess once it's all over, it'll be better. I don't know. Well, bye, everybody.